Well. Oh my lord, that's loud. Hello everybody, and welcome to another episode of Final Fantasy XIV. Let's play Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. We're back. We're back for what might be a rough episode. Oh my god, tremor, stretching and yawning there. I feel that, dude. I really feel that. My head is not on right at the moment. I'll talk to you guys about why in a second. But yeah, today we're continuing along with the main storyline. So far, we've learned about these powerful entities called primals. People pray, and if they have aether, which they get from crystals typically, if they have lots of aether just from praying, they can summon things. They can make things happen. And there are all these outcasts, mean societies, these beast tribes, and they're summoning them. We dealt with two of them, sort of. One of them we just verified was okay. That was Rama. We had to fight Ifrit. When they're alive, they temper us, they mind control us, they enslave us, but we're immune. And anyway, there seem to be these mysterious guys robed in black, with masks, I should say, called Asians, that seem to be provoking it. And in this episode, we're gonna fight another one. We just learned at the end of the last episode that Titan, the second main big boss fight, is already summoned. I think they said, actually, which is kind of mad, actually. So that's the plan for today. He's known as the Lord of the Crags, and you'll see the main quest we're on at the moment is Wrath of the Titan. The thing is, we're gonna be given the runaround again, and I think this is a pretty big one. I would say this is as bad as it gets, but I don't think it is. I think that it's when we get into the post patches, but we'll deal with that later. So yeah, it might be a kind of a slow one, but I do have some cool things to break up. We're going to learn to fight alongside our Chocobo in this episode, which should be very fun, and we are going to do a little bit of Paladin stuff here. So I mentioned on the last part, I was just going to do all the Paladin side quests. The thing is, I started this one, the very first one, and I was like, this is actually kind of fun. So I thought I'd show it off, because I know some people want me to show it off, and it shouldn't be a marathon, a sprint anyway. So I've collected the first quest. This is the very first Paladin quest from our guild master here, Myla. And she didn't really say much of anything. She just went on and on and on about, you know, we're supposed. Sorry, we're not a Paladin. We're a Gladiator. For the love of God, I just have this thing, right, where sometimes my head just accepts the wrong information at the start, and it will not fix it. For the love of God, we're a gladiator. So yeah, I happen to have, off-screen, been over on my main character, been on Limsa Laminsa, where I learned to become a Marauder. That's the class that becomes Warrior. It's the other tank class from the base game. And there are Marauders in this quest, but they're kind of all nasty. They're mean, and they're rude guys. But yeah, I started this off and it got very, like, real very quickly. Look at this. So we're kind of like a virtuous hero of the people, I guess, or will become. It's funny because as a gladiator, I would have thought I'd be in the fighting pits for this story, but it already feels kind of paladin-y. But look at this guy, this mocking marauder. These are all nasty delinquents, basically, out here on the streets at night. And look, he's got this girl cornered, and she looks fucking horrified. She looks really scared. And if we go speak to him... Oh... He says, just turn around and walk away, venturer. You're deaf, get lost. If I do /me, we like emote ourselves and say, hey, look at me. And he says, the hell's your problem? Maybe she likes her men rough. What are you supposed to be, a bleeding manservant? Bah, don't matter. You gone and spoiled the mood, ... Oh my God. We just saved her from an obvious sexual assault there. She doesn't say anything to us. And then over here as well, I think he says shite or something. Where is it? Someone's bullying a Lalafell. So I did like these 4 objectives, got to like the next cutscene, and I thought, you know what, I'll just show some of this. As soon as the story gets bad, I guess we'll stop. The downside is I don't have the skills. I don't have the skills in general. Whee! No, I mean literally the ability. I don't have the paladin abilities. Bugger off! Can't you see I'm having a civilized conversation with this poxy whore, son? Oh my lord. So this is a scared Lalafell over there. And he says, what? You're blaming me because this little shite shat his own pants? Well, bugger him and bugger you too. And you notice they're all Rogadins. And like Limsa is the Rogadin place, and you get Marauder from Limsa. And these are all Marauders. I don't know, it makes them look like total villains. Which is kind of amazing, I think. So yeah, I thought, why not open the episode, at least with the first quest. You know, your friend here is a 12 damn cheat. Thinks he can charge us more because we're foreigners, but he'll get his own back, mark me words. That guy just looked tired. And then the last guy, oh, he's over there, in that corner over there. Yeah, also, the reason I kind of want to show this is it takes us to areas of the town that I personally spend so much time in. Loads and loads and loads of time here. This is like the game to me. And it's barely appeared in the playthrough. So... Oh, come on now. He was disrespecting me proud Seawolf heritage. And then he gobs on the floor. Fine, I'll let the bastard be, but we ain't finished. So that guy looks upset. So yeah, and then we end up going to the bar, right? So this is the quicksand. This is my equivalent of Mother Miuen's canopy or whatever. I have to say, the Morball sounds really sloppy and gross. I'm going to toggle him off. Jesus. So yeah, this place... The first, like, 3 episodes of this Let's Play, if you start in Uldar, you'll be in here instead. And I have a lot of nostalgia for in here, since this is kind of a nostalgia trip for a lot of us. For any Uldar players out there, I thought, yeah, let's get a bit of content in with this place. Me poxy arse, this is your best brew. I'd sooner drink a pint of me own piss than this, well. But it's like whoever wrote this quest loved the swearing. It's a very different vibe, you'll notice immediately. Well, and a lot of ARR can feel like this. Wait, I need to point to myself. I did. I said slash me while targeting him. There we go. Just who the hell do you think you're speaking to, maggot? I'm Puffmole, the Driven, and me and my bloody marauders have been reaving so long, mothers scare their children with tales about us. Don't believe me words? Then I'll let me axe do the talking. There is a bit of combat. Oh, no, yeah, and then this happened. And I started getting a bit intrigued, and I was like, oh, I should put this in the series. So here's this question mark guy in red. Oh, this is lively, even with the quicksand. You two going to put on a show for us? And he clonks his drink down. What's this? Another goddamn fool? Show some respect while you talk to... I assume he's a pit fighter or something. Father Driven, leader of the troop of bloody mummers or some such. Aye, I heard you the first time. Your voice carries quite well. Uh-oh, that might describe me. Then unless you want me to split your skull with me axe, you better... And oh yeah, and he had this sword. And I was like, man, that looks a bit like some FFX gear. That looks like the Muramasa or whatever. Murasame? Oren's final weapon. I can never remember how you pronounce it. That, especially because in 12, there's both a Muramasa and a Murasama. I don't know. That sword, it couldn't be Frenzy, but only the sword of Norwood. Bloody hell's it's you. Is he a marauder from the pits, maybe? You know, I've never been one to stand back and watch. Mind if I join the fun? No, but he's wielding a sword, not an axe. Marauders use great axes, and we have sword and shield, and that guy's got a sword, so... But begging your pardon, sir. And he runs off. Why do they always do that? Looks like it's just you and me. Standing up to that lamentum was quite brave of you and quite foolish. Yes, hello to everybody in the live chat. Hello, hello. I think like you, Gladiator, Nam's oldest, and I'd buy you a drink, but I'm afraid I just spent the last of my coin. The word flubbing thing happens to you all the time. You'll see a triangle, you'll say rectangle, and acknowledge that it's a triangle, but keep saying rectangle. Yeah, I do stuff like that, yeah, for sure. In fact, this is quite funny. I was playing Lethal Company with my girlfriend and some friends the other day, and if you guys know that game, I like left the dungeon or whatever, and we were outside, and it was only 1 in the afternoon in game. The day-night cycle, and that means that there shouldn't be any monsters really around at 1. You barely see any monsters, but they were like giants. They were like really, really dangerous enemies. So I blurted out loud. I said, "It's only 1 AM. Why are there giants?" But for some, I don't know why. Oh, why am I telling this story online? Because I've been mocked relentlessly for this. I accidentally said triangles instead of giants. I don't know why. So it's funny you give an example of triangles and rectangles there. I said triangle when I meant absolutely not the same thing at all. But, you know, that's just a word flub. No, I've got this other thing where, like, I don't know, like, things just, it just sticks for some reason, and it's really hard to unstick. Anyway, I used to be a young gladiator like you. Back then, but that hardly concerns you. These days, I'm just an explorer of the unexplored, a seeker of as yet unknown experiences. Like that beautiful stranger keeping my bed warm right now. Gods, I've missed this city, this wonderful desert jewel of debauchery and sin. Now, if you'll excuse me. So we get a nice little glimpse into like life at Uldar here. So he's going to go up. He's going to have a fight, or get in a fight, and then go be with his lady. So there you have it. And then we can speak to Momodi. I think this was where, at the point at which I abandoned it. So I'm blind now, guys. Ooh. I swear, if I hadn't seen all this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was him. Everyone here thought he died years ago. Listen, Tremor, do me a favor and don't tell Mila about meeting Aldous, alright? She doesn't need this sort of drama. Why? Well, let's just say some folk ain't good for one another. So wait, my guild master doesn't like him. Interesting. Alright. And that's probably the end of the quest. Well, no, actually, it's not the end of the quest. But I assume when we meet her, she'll say blah, 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 and then it will be the end. So, yeah, I hope you guys are good. Listen, this is going to be a long episode, obviously. They're all long episodes. Oh, I don't know. Okay, you might notice a change in me today. And I may as well just talk about it. Because I don't know if I'm going to go 5 hours and not be able to blurt it out. So, you might notice a bit of change for a couple of reasons. One, I've had barely any sleep. I've been very stressed out the past 2 days. I've had barely any sleep. Obviously, I don't talk about real life stuff too much. But, basically about 15 months ago, I moved. And moving is stressful. And it kind of came out of nowhere. And I moved. And I thought I'd have a little bit of time to save some money to move again. But basically, I'm going to have to move again quite quickly. So that's sprung up on me. So, well, hold on, let's finish this. I've already heard of your exploits at the Quicksand, Tremor. You did well to send those marauders packing. I wish I could say we've heard the last of them. Alas, we've received reports of axe-wielding raiders assaulting merchants and travelling through Scorpion Crossing. It seems words will not suffice after all. I want you to finish what you've begun. Head to Western Thanlan and see that they pay for their crimes. Really? Wow, it's not the end. What a long first quest. You see what I mean? How unpredictable this game is in terms of, like, what a quest is going to ask you to do. So what's the best way through? We could try to worm our way through, but I might be up or I might be low. So, yeah. So look. So, basically, so I sort of... I hate doing this. This always freaks me out. It always gives me such a spike of adrenaline. Because, you know, with this job, doing this... money is not flat. You know, any normal job you do, you would expect to be on the same pay, or maybe even go up a bit over the years. I've just been on a decline. I've just been earning less and less and less and less and less and less and less. And, you know, there's whatever reasons for that. You know, one of the reasons I keep talking about patching, basically, in these videos is because I've been desperate to try and turn it around. And I sort of, so at the start of this year, I had my big plan, and I thought, well, look, just make a bunch of content. Any content you're passionate about or whatever, and like say with the Zeus project, and you know, just be active, and that should be okay. And I thought that'd be fine. And so I've sort of been monitoring things, but since I've got this other move coming up or whatever, I looked like quite closely about 2 days ago, and like I just keep losing money basically. Like I'm down another 20% from where I was last year. Like I'm earning like 60% less than what I would consider my normal baseline on patching. So then with the move, it's just a huge amount of stress. And I don't really know. I feel like I have to just keep making Guild Wars videos. I feel like I can't do series like this. So yeah, look, this series has been really nice, and everyone's been very, very, very pleasant and whatever. But I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. So one thing I will say though is my plan was. So this is what one. So I'm stressed out at the moment, okay. But and I didn't sleep very well last night, so I'm also a little bit loopy tired. But the other thing I will say is my original plan was to do this Let's Play, and it's going to be a long Let's Play. But my plan was to do this and then take a break and get back to the standard LP, the offline LPs where I plan a lot of stuff out, you know. But I think that's too slow. It's too slow. I've got to put more stuff out. So if you know anything about me, I find it really hard to juggle two things at once and be really passionate about two things at once. Like, as soon as I'm really into FF, if I start getting really into something else, then it takes away. I've always struggled with that. So the idea was to do one thing, then the next thing, then the next thing, then the next thing. But it's going to be way too slow. So what I'm doing now is, in these off days between this LP, I've kicked up another project. So I'm not going to talk about it just yet. And I'm really excited about it, and I'm having so much fun. But the thing is, the more I'm looking into it and enjoying it, I just hope it doesn't get too weird. So if I'm a little bit weird, I don't think the planning or anything won't change with this. But yeah, I'm basically making 2 things at once now. And I've had a very busy past couple of days. So you might see, I don't know, if there's... Like, I'm desperate to just talk about this other thing, basically. And I've got to go like 5 hours now and not talk about this other thing. So we'll see. Oh, that is not the right quest. What are you doing? That's a blue quest. Oh, no, we are in the right area. Okay. Panic, panic, panic there. All right, Nervous Merchant, hello. So, yes, anyway, and also, that's crazy on that note, by the way. A couple of you guys just donated, so thank you for that. Oh, my lord, thank you. I cannot just seriously encourage anyone. I mean, I don't know. People must be pissed off with the stuff I'm doing, because it's just hemorrhaging. But if anyone's enjoying what I do or wants to support this kind of stuff, please feel free to go to my Patreon and become a member over there. Dean, thank you very much, man. Hey, WP, thanks for the streams. My brother and I just finished ARR last night, and you're working on the patches and extremes now. That's amazing. Did you start when this series started? See, that's the thing. Even playing 5 hours in each episode here, people are able to race way ahead of me. Like, way, way, way ahead. If you did start when I started. But that's awesome. Congratulations. And you're into the extremes as well. That's really cool as well. How are you finding groups for those? Because usually people can't get groups easily. I literally did Garuda, spoilers for later, in my daily roulette yesterday, and it was hard. Like, we wiped. It was like the hard mode version of it, and I was like, "Is this extreme?" And people were like, "No one runs that anymore." But also, John, thank you, John. You've been really nice as well. I've loved reading all your comments and things. 2220 for your move and triangles. Thank you, man. Thanks very much. Yeah, moving is stressful. Yeah, it is, especially when... Yeah. So anyway, they tore me from my saddle and took everything I own. Bring my goods back to me, I beg of you. I feel bad, really. Like, I just did a big channel update just before this project. And I think the whole channel update would have been different, to be honest, if I had known that I was... So, yeah. A concatenation of angry curses assaults your ears. So he's just swearing at us. Oh my god, we're strong. Yeah, because we're in the open world. This is one of those rare situations where we're not scaled down by a fate, or a trial, or a dungeon. We're not in a duty, you know, one of those like mini instances. It's just us in the open world. And we've got to level 37 before doing any of these quests. So they're only level 5, and we're just wrecking them. Alright. Yeah, I wonder if there's kind of a thing where some class quests have much longer stories than others. Just realised I had the game blaring out of my speakers. Let me mute that. Okay, they tore me from my saddle and took everything I own. Yes, here, I have your stuff. Bags such as this one, carrying merchandise, are always attractive targets for highwaymen and bandits. 12, bless you, adventurer. If it weren't for good men like you, I'd never leave home. Okay. Did we get that porter? That's not a Chocobo porter icon. No, it's not. Alright. So kicking the hornet's nest is finally done. Alright, let's get on over there. So yeah, and we'll see how these paladin quests go. I guess what I'll do is off screen, I'll do the next one, and if it still feels good, like I'll scout it out, I guess. Or you might find next episode I have it all done. We could do it that way. It will probably mean that in today's dungeon, I'm not going to be playing Paladin. I mean, I could play Paladin. To be honest, I think that tanking in dungeons is the most fun way to play this game when you're in there. Because, I don't know, there's something about having control, the thrill of all the targets hitting you. I've had a lot of really cool comments from you guys about, do you know what, we should have just aetherated to the guild. What are we doing? Like, experiences of A Realm Reborn. And, and so one person said... you know, I like tanking. It was a thrill early on. You know, the combat is simplistic, but playing into the roles at least, it was quite fun. And yeah, I think it can be. It's funny, we're talking about 1.0 like it's this ancient primitive thing, you know, like all that conversation about hitting the nail and stuff. And by the way, more comments came in and people have clarified that it wasn't necessarily that hard to beat Ifrit, but it was if you had one wipe, the group would disband, and then the matchmaker would take ages in those days. So yeah, and I can understand the frustrations from that. It wasn't frustration that the boss fight is difficult. It's frustration with the community for disbanding in the way that they were. But yeah, we're talking about like this primitive thing. Oh yeah, I can understand new MMO players not being able to talk in there. You know, this content is newer than Guild Wars 2. A Realm Reborn is newer. This is the equivalent of like the Queen's Jubilee, guys. You know, these dungeons are simplistic and archaic and old and everything as this all seems. You know, Ascon Catacombs is already out. Cordicus, who knows how much shit is in WoW at this point already, you know? Like we're not, this isn't ancient history. It just feels very dated. And I think that that's a downside to ARR. If you were to do a review of just ARR versus launch Guild Wars 2, I mean, Guild Wars 2 would destroy this game in every way imaginable. In every way imaginable. Good, it's finished. And with that, this stage of your training is complete. This time, enemies were ill-behaved ruffians, but who knows what manner of opponents you'll face in the future. Regardless, I have faith you'll do well. Master your sword and master yourself. Now then, there'll be more work. We shall speak again. Okay, and she's going to give me a bronze sword. Alright, so there you go. Oh, man. So the next one is Uldar's Most Wanted. We're not going to worry about that. We are going to move on to... Oh, I've got a lot of cool plans here today. Let's see here. I need to open the right Google Doc. Not the other one. I guess what we'll do is let's just kick up some main story now. Let's kick up some main story. I do have some other plans. In particular, if you read the description for this video, you'll know what one of them is straight away. But we'll all good things in time, I suppose. So let's move over now to Wrath of the Titan, to Lenosia. And we're going to do an arc with Ishtola, who's probably my favourite Scion. I hate admitting that, because I feel like that puts you in a certain category. But I do like her. I like her, and you won't know why until you get her new voice. But she's very calm and collected and matronly, and she makes great sacrifices for herself and for other people as the story goes along. I really like her story. I think she's very cool. It's not just because she's a hot cat lady you eventually get to start flirting with. It's not that, all right? As entertaining as that became. So yeah. Okay, you started maybe a week before my Let's Play and you joined your data center's Discord in order to do the extremes. That's a really good idea. Wow, very clever. Oh god, look at all the blue quests here, guys. Look at them, they're everywhere. And we're in the maze of Limsa. And we're going to find our way. Actually, this looks okay, just along here and to the left. Let's use the mini-map instead of the giant one. You can actually see a little bit of the world. Did I attune you to this later? Right, let's check. Maybe, maybe not. No, I didn't. Nice. Yeah, I love Limsa. I love looking off into the distance, seeing the waterfalls flowing down and all that. GW2 was amazing for the time it came out. You remember playing Guild Wars 2 the first time, being amazed by the graphics and the world immersion. I remember thinking this is what the future of the gaming will be like. Yeah, I mean, it was. It was really incredible. It was so ahead of the competition in almost every way. It's funny because it's weird to think that at the same time, they'd made such massive statements about dynamic events that had led people astray, that as good as it was, it still had an onslaught of people saying, you know, this, that, or the other thing. It's just the anti-grind philosophy really hurt Guild Wars in so many ways, because as amazing as it was, people got in and out way too quick. Way too quick for what people are expecting of an MMO. And of course the audience is always going to applaud anything that gives them efficiency and optimization. But at the end of the day, it was far, far, far too quick. And the criticism of the day became, oh, there's nothing to do. There's no end game. There's nothing to do. And, oh, except maybe go for one legendary weapon. But even that wasn't enough for some people, right? Like, that criticism, there's nothing to do. That's not the real... What really happened was they were too liberal with the leveling process and the anti-grind philosophy. And I know the game's got an audience specifically for that now. So, I mean, have fun with that, I guess. But the reality is, I think it held the game back in a lot of ways, and it forced ArenaNet to move a lot faster and a lot further than they had time to plan for. And, you know. Anyway, hail adventurer, and welcome to the Maelstrom Command. If you wish to know more about enlisting, speak with a personnel officer. Unless you are the guest we were told to expect? Ah! Forgive me, sir. To business then. It is as we were told the antecedent. The kobolds have once again summoned Titan. A little over a moon ago, we began to observe the beast men moving south in increasing numbers from Ogomoro. Our scouts subsequently confirmed the object of their aggression. Crystals. Fodder for their fell primal. Jeez, I'm tall. I'm so tall. I'm taller than Melvib. Melvib is so... I think of her as, like, such a tall character. I'm taller than her. I almost want to Fantasia myself down a bit. This is obscene. I'm huge. Imagine being a Rogadin and having a whole other foot on top of that. Holy crap. I mean, look at Ishtola for scale. Thank you, High Commander. You may leave the rest to... This is cool. This is weird doing a new character. You may leave the rest to me. Word has spread of your accomplishments, Tremor. On behalf of Limsa, I thank you for heeding our call. Forgive the lack of forewarning, High Commander. The Admiral wished to address Tremor personally. Like, I cut her normal voice, i.e. not the voice we're listening to right now, but the main voice she has through 90% of the story. I can't even, like, do an impression of. I wouldn't really even know how. We are no strangers to conflict. Long have the Sahagin and the kobolds plagued our people, nor is this the first time we've had to address a primal threat. In the past, when Titan rose to threaten the peace, it was to the company of heroes we turned, but they are long disbanded, and we must look to other brave souls blessed with the strength to face this foe. So it is that we turn now to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, confident in the belief that you are Limsa's best hope. I hope you are right, yet the situation is far from simple. The kobolds are not prone to unprovoked aggression. Did not the Thalassocracy make a pact with the beastmen to ensure that each would keep their own lands, and that no blood would be shed? I added the word ensure in there, apparently. And was it not the Leminsons who violated this agreement, dissatisfied with their lot? Shall we then condemn the beastmen for defending their homes? Even a pirate must one day reap what she has sown. I would advise you to choose your words with greater care, Lady Ishtola. Stand down, High Commander. She has the right of it. And the wrong is mine. Freely do I claim it, yet it makes little difference. Remorse will not shield us from Titan's wrath. Or would you have us fall upon our swords? My apologies, Admiral. The safety and security of Limsa Lominsa's citizenry are, of course, of paramount concern. I like it. She admits to her mistakes. Already we've observed disruptions in the flow of aether further inland. The effect will be felt here in the city ere long. I ask much of you, I know, but the need is great. Can I count on your help, Tremor? Hello, everybody. Hello, Derveg. Hello, Veritas. Hello, guys. Lonya. You have my thanks, along with the full support of the Maelstrom. I await good tidings. That the kobolds should summon Titan demonstrates they are no longer amenable to negotiation. This being the case, we must needs prepare for the conflict. Before we meet Titan in the field, however, it would be wise to learn all we can of our foe, and I can think of no better source of information than the mercenaries who defeated him once before. The company of heroes may be no more, but several of its former members still live. It is said that one of them is employed in the Grey Fleet Mills in Lower Lenosia. Why quite a mercenary should choose to become a miller, I do not know. When you find him, mayhap you could ask him for me. I meanwhile shall seek his fellows. What do you mean you don't know? He doesn't want to kill or be killed for a living. He wants an easier living. That's outrageous, Ishtola. So this is kind of like a Destiny's Edge arc, I guess, a little bit. In that there were this great band of heroes, and now they've broken up. But where in Guild Wars that one band of heroes is like the whole game, this band of heroes really is just about this one primal, I suppose. So what I can imagine this episode will be full of is fetch quests and running around. So confused by the map right now. Does it not say on the big map that there's a quest here? Is it just so perfectly hidden under the other icon? No. Oh, sorry. It's in low and low. Oh, God. I read the map so badly there. Oh, my God. We got a long way to go. That's Moraby. If I go to Eastern Lenosia, have we ever been there? No, that's the Costa del Sol. That's what I've got in the thumbnail. All right, let's just go to Moraby, and then let's run up on our Chocobo, I guess, all the way over there. Forgot what I was saying. Something about the company of heroes, I'm sure. Yeah, lots of fetch quests, I'm sure. And then maybe eventually we get them to band together. I can't remember, really. I cannot remember what happens with Titan. It's also interesting to me that they're saying... This is a cool little road here. Look at this. And that they're saying Titan is already summoned. And yet, like, not doing much. They could have easily had this as an arc where it's like he's not summoned yet and we're trying to prevent it. And then we fail. Oh! But I guess they can't do that every time. Because I would just be blunt here, guys. There is a pattern to this game's story, even into the expansions, which is find some kind of, like, fringe society, try to stop them summoning a primal, they end up summoning a primal. Like, that's a loop we'll go through. But they indulge in that loop in, like, a fun way. And it's not, like, in a tedious, lazy way. And what I'll say as well, one thing, like, people who are cynical about the expansions, I was for a long time cynical about the expansions, especially while I was playing this. Look how beautiful this stuff is. I was very cynical about it. And I just didn't understand, because, like, moment to moment, a lot of the gameplay looks the same. You're just running around pressing F speaking to people, right? I mean, that's a very reductive way of looking at the game. But I'll give you something tangible, I think, that is very different about the expansions than here, okay? Here, you get these big, long runarounds, like where we go to Busker and Struthers for ages, or we speak to a guy who wants a bunch of stuff to be done, and then it leads nowhere. That never happens after ARR. Never. Everything is always valid plot development the whole way. I mean, yes, there are slow bits. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there aren't slow bits, because there are a couple of slow bits in the expansions. But it is always laser focused on actually telling one coherent thing. They're not fucking you around clearly to stall for time, which is what I would say ARR is doing quite often. Excuse my French there. Sorry for the swear. Maybe that's what I need to do. If I stop... oh, never mind. So, yeah, we'll get the Chocobo porters and maybe start traveling through these. But look at how good this place looks. This reminds me of... You haven't seen it in my 12 LP yet, but there's a sort of an endgamey map, nearly endgamey map, near a pirate port. And it's full of these big windmills, and there's a quest to, like, go to each of them. In order, I think, maybe, or something. You know, you can get some good gear there. But this area reminds me of this massively. But, like, this place, the Grey Fleet, I guess it's the fleet of windmills, actually. I would have assumed ships, seeing as where we are in the world. But look at that. Oh my god, and you get the God Ray. That's a hell of a screenshot there, maybe. No, composition's a bit rubbish. Hello? Is Titan in here? Is Titan in the house? Is Titan in the house? Sounds like we're talking about a club or something. Again, I would love to sit on this and then speak with you. Lay down your burden, son, come drain a pint with me. We'll have a grand old time, find a ye lass or three. You gonna say something, Venture, or just keep staring, eh? You wanna know about the Company of Heroes? Ah, hells. Price of bleeding fame. Can't a mill in peace no more? Still, seeing as you come all this way, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to oblige you. Consider yourself lucky, mate. Old Tractum was the company's best axeman. Now, what was it you want to know? Want to know about Titan? And to be honest, these guys probably could have anticipated that people would come sniffing around them after Titan, since they didn't permanently deal with the issue. It's the Netherlands? Yeah, it's kind of Netherlandsy. Hey WP, do some side quests while doing MSQ. It open up to new quest line for gears and stuff. I know there's a billion side quests, but I mean, do you want this to be a 50 episode series? I mean, that's preaching to the choir. People are going to say yes. I don't know if I can do that. Gahaha! So you want to hear the tale of how the Company of Heroes bested a primal, do you? Let me guess. You mean that bastard Tidus, eh? Oh, if only you'd been there to see it. 'Twas a mighty struggle, like the legends of old. Me and the boys fought him for 3 days and nights, we did. The ground trembled with every step Tidus took, and when he hit you, boy, it felt like a cannonball to the gut. Ah, just like that. And we're all kind of like quiet and just thinking and ruminating. He's taller than us. Oi, what's that look for? I'm a goddamn hero, I'll have you know. The people around here sing me praises. Don't tell me you only care about learning the secret tactics we used to beat old Tidus. Why is he talking about Titan? Is Titus Titan? Or is it Leviathan? Huh. Well, too bad, because now I'm not feeling charitable. If you're so damn desperate, why don't you do me a favour and kill those rats that they've made a nest by the windmill just south of here? I do that, then we'll talk. Alright, there you go. But we shouldn't have pulled the face. It's our fault, really. Excuse me, it's pronounced Titus. Yeah. I'm saying Titus. Who could ever read that word? I'm sorry, even with, like, American sensibilities and instincts. How could you ever read the word Titus like that and pronounce it Titus? The voice actor, I forget his name, but he's got quite a good presence online, and he gets a lot of interviews and questions about this stuff. And he says that he was specifically directed to voice it that way. But he's always very open to people saying it differently, saying it elsewise. So I mean, fair enough, I guess. So we got a new button here. Oh no, that's Sentinel. Okay, so that's going there. What does this look like? So Sentinel is our 120-second cooldown on our tank here, or one of them anyway. And you'll see it's like a mega rampart. Rampart is 90 seconds. This is 2 minutes. But this is like mega. It's reduced damage by 30%. So usually when you see a tank buster, like a massive hit coming in you, you'll press this. That's sort of how I often do it. Or, you know, depending on the content you're in, there might be other moments where you want to do it. And yeah, you generally don't want to use both together because you're going to spike too much defense too quickly and then be naked for the next tank buster because you won't have a cooldown. So the idea, rather than stacking them all at once in this game, it's generally to trickle them out. Hey, so the beasties are dead, are they? Nice work, Venturer. Save me the hassle of... never mind. Of what? Fighting the rats? You wouldn't fight the rats? That immediately seems a bit suspect, actually. What? You're still asking about how we beat Titus? I don't know, Venture. It was a pretty risky strategy. The kind only a veteran of 10-score battles could rely upon. I want to teach you, I truly do. But unless you prove you have what it takes to face that fat bastard, I can't in good conscience tell you a damn thing. At the very least, you need to be capable of slaying, say, a gobu? Come to think of it, that ain't a bad idea. Them creatures have a taste for the flour milled here, so you ought to go have no trouble finding one in the vicinity. Of course, I ain't asking you to cut down ones as quick as a skilled axeman like myself. Any road, why don't you try heading west and stand lookout just in case a gobu comes calling. Slay it, and I might consider telling you more about old Titus. Oh my god, I'll tell you what, guys, if all the quests are this quick, walk 2 inches away, kill a mob, go back, then we'll be flying through this. So... we do slash lookout. I love gobus. I mentioned this in the previous part. Actually, one thing I've been looking forward to, I've played Dragoon here, leveling Dragoon, fighting a gobu and using the lock-on feature. Wait, did we not find anything? Oh, sorry, we just want to right-click, I guess. Oh my god, is that him there? Holy shit, he's massive. Yeah, using the lock-on feature. And, like, as a Dragoon, you can jump all around and, like, throw your spears from range and stuff. And it's awesome, man. I absolutely love it. Basically, the bigger the mob is, the cooler the lock-on is. Like, look at this. So there we go. I'll probably want to zoom our camera out, actually. So he's a farmer, apparently. Seriously, these things are, like, I don't know. It's difficult to say they're my favorite FF14 mob, though, because there are so many cool FF14 mobs, especially as we go along. Hey, we had another donation from Diogo Castro, £20. Thanks for all the content, WP. Enjoying the LP, looking forward to more. Thank you very, very, very much. Look, guys, your generosity as this has gone along is... like, it was already incredibly heartening and something I was very thankful for. But after the news the past 2 days as well, like, even more so. So thank you very, very, very much. You again? Then that gobu wasn't harassing the millers is dead? Didn't think you had any adventurer. Still, you took forever and a day to get the job done. That's ironic, since this is one of the quickest quests. I'm still not sure if I should tell you our secrets. Come on. I want to hear the secrets. Tractum remains unconvinced of your readiness to defeat the dead primal. Have you heard about the Great Gobu Wall? I don't even know if I'm saying the name right, by the way. Gobu. So, as I was saying, I still don't know if you've got what it takes to face Titus. Maybe if you slew Tractum, you in here drinking again? If you are, that Gobu better be dead. Oh, it is dead. Oh, it's dead, Chief. You have me word on that. Cleave the beast skull in two with my trusty axe I did. Yeah, look, he's a cheat. He's nothing. He's lying. Is that a fact? And what will your friend here say if I ask him, He'll vouch for me, of course. Ain't that right, friend? Tell me true. Was it Tractoon that slew the Gabu, or was it you? Chief! What are you saying? It's me, Tractoon, the finest axeman ever to serve in the company of heroes. The legendary mercenaries who slew that bastard Titus. Titus? Titus? Who in the seven hells is Titus? Some primal you fought in a half-drink sodden dream? The company of heroes slew Titan, you bloody halfwit. Oh my god, that's good. I'm sitting here thinking, what the fuck? What does he mean, Titus? Do you know what was honestly going through my head, right? I was thinking, I guess that must be another name for it. You know, like, a lot of the primals have, like, multiple titles and accolades, or, like, region names in this story have, like, multiple different, designations as the eras go by. And I was thinking, oh, this is just a bit of world building that I don't remember. Why is it Titus, though? That's hilarious. And I find, by the way, I do that a lot in life, and it's probably not a good thing, but you can only be so vigilant. Like I'll hear something that's blatantly not true. He's saying Titus when it's Titan. But I'll just, like, roll with it. I'll just be like, oh, there's something I assume I don't have all the facts. Immediately, I assume I don't have all the facts, and I accept it at face value. And that gets me tripped up quite often. But, I mean, what more can you do? You can't interrogate viciously everything. I mean, definitely Google what you can, I would say that, but in the middle of an LP. I don't know, that's hilarious. The company of heroes slew Titan! Well, see, Titus is what me and the lads used to call him. That's the biggest load of Sahagin shite I've ever heard. Both of you outside. We'll learn the truth the Leminson way. Chaktoom, if you didn't slay that Gobu, you may consider your contract revoked. So he's a phony. I'm naive, am I? Yeah, and somewhere in the back of how much world building can we do here? Somewhere in the back of my head, I was thinking, he's already got like multiple titles and names. Would they add another? But I mean, maybe. And at the end of the day, I'm playing through the story. Like, we're not stopping at every. Well, I mean, we do stop quite a lot. I don't know if that's naivety, by the way. I think that's just a part of being a human. All right, you know that. Blah blah blah. I missed it. And don't even think about trying to kill me. That's cheating. Who picked these boulders? They're nothing alike. Ah, the hells of it. Let the contest begin. Wait, I got to do the big one. He's got the little one, and I've got the big one. All right, fine. We've got some kind of time limit here. Well, we have the 30-minute duty thing. I like how he's an actual enemy. I can't target him, though, can I? Oh, he's paralyzed me. How you doing, matey? Feeling a bit stiff by any chance? Did we get a paralyzed cure? No. Oh, we got the sleeping potion. Should we throw a sleeping potion on him? Oh, he ran off. He knocked me away, and what did he say? Hold on, let's actually... I do actually have in the in-game chat. There are more pressing matters at hand. I do have the chat, the dialogue down here. He says, you're still at it? Bugger me. It's lucky I got one of these. Oh, it's a bomb. He's put a bomb over there. So I only have X amount of time before the bomb blows up. I wonder if it's tied to the health threshold of the rock. Oh, there we go. Alright, I admit it. I lied about being in the company of heroes, but I'm begging you, Chief, please don't dismiss me. I've learned my lesson. Honest, I have. Save your blubbering, Tractoon. Gods, I should have known. Mercy, please. I didn't want to deceive you, I swear. It's just that I kept getting turned away by all the folk I asked for work, and I panicked. See, the last job I had was at the Costa del Sol, and there was this grizzled marauder everyone treated like royalty. When I heard he was a captain in the company of heroes, I finally understood why. I wasn't being serious when I said I was one of them, but you went and believed me, so I Look, his name is Weisscat. Yeah, I don't know. How do we say this, chat? What do you think? Weisscat? Weissgate? I'm going to call him Weissgate. His name is Weissgate, all right? Weissgate. He'll tell you how to defeat Titus or whatever the hell that thing's name is. He's done that thing. It's got stuck in his head. That's what you wanted, ain't it? So come on then. Tell the chief to forgive me. It's only fair. It's funny as a bard or archer. On this quest, you can poison the rock. That's brilliant. That's a very common RPG thing as well, isn't it? It's like, you know, sometimes they'll go to the effort of making it so you can't burn certain enemies or bleed certain enemies, but there's always that little moment where it won't work. This is great. I gotta say, guys, this is like my happy place, really. If I was here IRL, this is definitely where I'd like to be. Look at that. There's something about ocean views that I just can't get enough of. You know, I'd be curious to hear if any of you guys in the comments are like this. By the way, the Marlborough Mountain there. I've always been curious, if you lived at the coast, would you get bored of it? Would it just become a bit mundane eventually? I feel, you know, like if someone buys like a multi-million-dollar mansion or whatever and it's got like an ocean view. I feel like people are going to say, no, you don't get bored of it. But, you know, it's not a binary thing. It's not, yes, I'm bored, no, I'm not bored. It's like, does it lose a bit of the magic? You know, because I wouldn't want to lose it. Like, to me, it's like, oh my god, look at it. I love this place. I love the shallow waters. I love the colours. Fishing here is a real treat. And I was very happy, by the way. Once you do the Marauder storyline and you become a warrior, it's here that basically all the warrior stuff happens. Or the main warrior NPC is here for the base game. I'm going to go up this tower just because I've never done it. I've never been up here and I'm curious what is there. I say tower. Is this more of a lighthouse? I think it's a tower. There's not like little rooms as we go, is there? Oh, there's like a balcony halfway as well. Oh, but it doesn't have a good view. It's an inland balcony. Oh my god, running up here first person might have been a mistake. Might have made people sick. Oh, look at that. See? Me and the bomb. Oh, we can still go higher and higher. Haha, there's a man up here. He doesn't want to speak to us. There's a visitor up here! Oh, but it's not. It's locked out again. When do we need to be here? Like some specific time of day? New enemies down there. Crabs, you can see. Now, that looks quite small, but that crab's actually massive. Oh, no. That crab is massive. There you go. Oh, guys. It's like being back at Besaid or something, isn't it? There you go. There's the Costa del Sol. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I should just say the Costa del Sol. If you guys don't know, the Costa del Sol is a fairly common thing in Final Fantasy games. I think the first instance of it was in 7. But I also recognize it from this entry. I recognize it from 15. You get to the Costa del Sol pretty early in 15. Was there one in 8? I'm not sure. Oh, I think there was one in 13 as well, wasn't there? Yeah, a large buffalo. I want to fight. One of the early warrior quests is killing one of these. Look at this thing as well. It looks awesome. There is actually a texture upscale pack that you can download online. I'm not using that, just to be clear. Basically, some of the stuff I learned, like I learned a lot about manipulating DDS textures with my recent bout of Stellaris modding in prep for the LP. And there's some amazing software called Chainer, which allows you to like basically set up workflows for image manipulation, and you can work in bulk. You can like upscale hundreds of textures all at once, and you can choose the model and, you know, what algorithm you want to use and all kinds of things. And basically a guy did that for Final Fantasy. And it's weird because a couple of years ago I saw that on the Nexus and I thought, oh my god, this is amazing, this is brilliant. But after my recent Stellaris modding set, I've done like loads of shit like that now, and I'm suddenly, it's like demystified to me, and I'm like, do you know what, I don't really need that. Which is kind of odd, you know. But yeah, you're looking at pure vanilla as far as the textures and everything are concerned. So again, Major Aetherite, we get the Costa del Sol music. I think it's probably worth turning up a little bit. There he is, Wisegate. So let's see what he has to say. This is one of your favourite places as well. I mean, it is great. It's hard not to love, right? Pardon? Pardon what? You wish to slay the Lord of Crags? We must slay him, Captain. The people of Limsa are depending upon us. This is just wild. I do not remember me and Ishtola in Limsa. What? Sorry, in Costa del Sol. Like, what is this? Is so weird. Ha! You fancy yourself heroes then, just like in the tales. Be not so quick to judge. Long have I laboured for the well-being of you and yours, and my associate here has bathed in Ifrit's hellfire and lived. I don't know whether he actually really got to use hellfire, did he? Because we broke the nail. Anyway, he is blessed with a power that protects him from primal influence. Thus, he was able to lay low the Lord of the Inferno. So these guys don't have the Echo, but they managed to kill a Titan, a primal. How did they do that? We know full well the risks, and have taken every possible precaution. We lack only the knowledge of how to enter Titan's lair. Pray be so good as to grant us the boon of your wisdom, and we shall be on our way. A man who can't be tempered. Useful, but it will not be enough. It was true that the company of heroes fought and felled primals, but each victory was bought with the lifeblood of brave men and women. And Titan was the worst we faced. Aye, we defeated him in the end, but he took from us some of our very best. Even if you possess the power you claim, I have no reason to believe you'll succeed. Believe what you will, we mean to try. Though our lives will be forfeit, we will not abandon Limsa to the wrath of Titan. I like it. Maybe you can tell already, actually, that she has a very steady voice and a very steady candor and demeanor. You are passionate, I'll grant you that. Oh, mind you, he described it as passion. Master Geguruju's estates. Perhaps you can demonstrate your abilities by attending to one of our... Ye gods, man! Have you heard nothing I've said? We have not the time to perform trivial tasks. The enemy is at the gates. Do you imagine words can sway me, girl? If you dislike my conditions, then you are welcome to find your own way into the mines. But she's getting fed up with the fetch quests. Though it pains me to admit it, I fear we have no choice but to acquiesce to the man's demands. Yet, much remains to be done if we are to best Titan. Forgive me, but I must ask you to undertake this task alone. I will use the time to see to the remaining preparations. Leaving the dirty work to others, are we? Heh, very well. Pray do whatever the good captain bids, however trifling. Remember, the fate of Limsa hangs in the balance. These two immediately don't seem to be getting on that well. I wonder, is there a bit of a back and forth between them? Fun fact, this background music is made using rice in a cup. Hey, really? Oh my god, look at everyone sitting on all the... You can't see them when I'm in the quest, but look. Yeah, this is a game setting, by the way. They added very recently, I think. Or with Endwalker. Either Endwalker or Dawn Trail, I don't know. It's all recent to me. But basically, if you imagine this is launched, there's 1,000 players crowding around him. Now imagine he's a little Lalafell, and you basically can't see him. So they have some options which mean that players get culled out near NPCs. Or another variation where they only get culled out while you're talking to the NPC. These guys are cool. You're like in beachwear and everything, guys. Wow. Are these actual combat clothes? What about these guys over here? This is less beachweary. In fact, those look like monk clothes. Oh, guys, I can't wait to get to Macon. This is a bit more beach-like. Oh, man. It's adding a lot to the scenes, isn't it? On Macon, you'll see me in those that monk outfit, and I look fucking fantastic. Okay, Wisegate would like to verify we're not a complete fraud. Alright. Master Geruju's requests can be more demanding than you realise. Before I set you your true task, I would verify that this won't be a waste of my time. A Nyx has recently been seen prowling the beach to the east. As you can imagine, my master does not want large, slimy creatures anywhere near his lands. The beast is cunning, but you should have no difficulty luring it out with herring. Slay the Nyx and return to me. Oh, and don't forget to bring me proof of a leg as proof of the kill. Alright, I'm looking forward to working for him. I don't know, is that weird? I wasn't really aware, looking back, though I am now, of how, like, segmented ARR feels. You know, it really is this arc, then this arc, then this arc, then this arc. You know, I've planned this Let's Play out with various start and stopping points for various episodes, but even doing that, I didn't quite realise just how segmented it all felt. But yeah, this is good. There are emotes you get later that let you splash and play in the waters and things. Over there, those crabs, I was leveling on those on my Dragoon for quite a while. I don't know why it was there that felt like the best thing to do. Dragoon leveling was really easy up to about level 30, and there was like this dip around level 30 to maybe level 45 or something that just felt really hard, because the hunting logs were a bit shit at that point, and also I didn't have like the duty roulettes and stuff all unlocked, because that all comes in mostly at level 50. I mean, we have two, obviously. We have leveling and Guildhests, but you can only do leveling once per day, and Guildhests doesn't really give you very much. At 50, you get a bunch. But yeah, alright, so we have some herring, some fattened herring. When used as bait, a fish this size is sure to attract even the largest of beasts. I like it. Well, didn't we see this? This guy's doing the story with us. We saw him, what, like, killing the gobu with us. So there's a herring. So we run away and hide in the underbrush with the red iris flowers. Oh, that's cool as well. Swimming around in the water on the crocodile. Okay. So 2 of them spawned. 1 for me and 1 for him. So yeah, these guys use this massive ability called Laboured Leap, but you can stun them. So I stunned him here with a low blow. What would actually be better is to stun with Shield Bash. It lasts longer. It's an extra second of stun. But this one's a GCD, so you can't just like immediately press it for an interrupt. Low blow you can weave it in anywhere. This one thing, it would kind of have to line up, so my instinct is always just to press this. Also, I'm not like an expert paladin, I've only, gladiator, I've only just started playing. But yeah, there you go, so we got the leg. There's proof. Oh, and we can swim! Okay, so this is not a Realm Reborn feature, just by the way, swimming. This got added with the 2nd expansion. And what they did was they went to select areas of the base game and they added swimming. There's normal fishing. There's also a thing called ocean fishing, like where you fish with spears and stuff. And I think that there's a weird area in one of the Limsa Laminsa maps. I don't know which one. I really don't. But in one of these maps, you can actually swim underwater as well. Like there's a weird underwater section in a Realm Reborn. And I think there's some like big beautiful ruins down there or whatever. But yeah, swimming will be a thing. Oh my god, I remember very clearly loving the swimming stuff in Stormblood. That was a cool moment. They got like these giant underwater domes, and you get these cool mounts, a bit like skimmers, that let you swim. Oh, it's exciting. Well, did you deal with the Nyx? I did. Here's his leg, almost as large as an old goat leg, but several times leaner. Lest you think me overly cautious for testing it this way, you should know that we had an incident not long ago. A foolish young employee was dismissed for lying about his past. He claimed to have served in the company of heroes, but I knew for a fact he did not. Oh, this is this guy. Anyway, now that the pointless busy work is finished, I shall give you a challenge as befits your talents. A friend's request. Welcome, welcome. So apparently it has started pouring with rain, guys. Oh my god, look, you've coordinated your umbrella with the rest of your outfit. That's very good. I'm rather impressed with that. Okay, Wise Cat has an important mission for me. You see how we're getting glamours the entire time? Prisms. 2 highly distinguished individuals are scheduled to visit the Costa del Sol in the near future, and Master Geruju wishes to welcome them with an elaborate banquet. But while money is no object, not everything the Master desires can be so easily purchased. It is to be an extremely exotic feast, and so, Tremor, your mission is to seek out and obtain the rare ingredients for our chef requires. Naturally, such fine dining must be accompanied with a suitable wine. And by suitable, I mean the very best there is. That, however, can wait for the time being. I believe you have enough on your plate as it is. Oh, wordplay, plate. It will be a long and arduous journey, but you need not toil alone. Many of the mercenaries who once served under my command still live, and they will guide you on your quest. For the first ingredient, I would have you travel to the South Shroud and speak with Landinel at Camp Tranquil. What? Do you mean to tell me you cannot afford to waste time as your associate did? Adventurer, if you have not the endurance to complete this mission, how do you expect me to believe you can outlast the Lord of Crags? Either do it or don't. I have work to do. So, I mean, at least they know what they're doing. Right. They're making a bit of a joke out of the busy work. So, you can't really complain too much, I guess. No, not all does, most wanted. Where are we going? To the Black Shroud! Alright, so here we go. This is the cheese and wine bit, I think. And right now, actually, I'm totally fine. Like, I'm quite enjoying it. Oh, look, we get to leave the rain. As soon as it started raining, we get to come here. Oh, this is Camp Tranquil. This is the place that I went ahead to. Remember, we got that extra aetherite in the last episode? Well, that's handy. We also have a quest here, which I'm going to be collecting. So, let's speak to this guy first. Do you require assistance, adventurer? So, this is the one who would challenge Titan. I've been expecting you, Tremor. The ingredient you seek is the egg of a giant adamantoise. The method of acquisition should be obvious. You steal it from the beast's nest, of course. Simple in theory, but difficult in execution. Most who try die in the attempt. Will I help you get it? You amuse me. I will not jeopardize my position by openly assisting you. From me, you will receive only information. What you will do with it will be your choice. Brilliant. So he needs to explain a few things to me. So yeah, we're going to fight an adamantoise. It's funny, guys, like, to me, Malboros, adamantoises, what else? There's a few, like, big Ochus, maybe? Like, big monsters, Final Fantasy monsters, that I always associate with Endgame. Probably because of 10. Like, in 10, you only see adamantoises right towards the end, right? In the Omega Dungeon, maybe. Inside Sin. Like, late. Maybe even in Zanarkand. In fact, I don't even know if they were in Zanarkand. So, like, it's weird in ARR when I just see Malboros wandering around, or, like, super early game quests like this, asking me to fight them. But it's weird, you know, the perception gets so messed up with MMOs, because I say super early game, and yet here we are, like, 30 hours into an RPG, you know. Is it super early game? Maybe we're about on pace to be fighting an adamantoise. Let me be clear. This business between me... Like, what we're doing here, really... Like, the perception gets messed up because this is a 10-year story. And this is kind of amazing, really. You've got to think about that. What we're playing here is quite special. And it's quite atypical for gaming as a whole. It's a 10-year story. So it's kind of a unique experience, I think, in a lot of ways. You won't find replicated much elsewhere. Guild Wars is another place you can find a 10-year story, of course. I don't know what WoW has done. Did WoW ever do, like, decade-long arcs? I don't know. Anyway, let me be clear. This business between you, me, and the captain must remain a secret. See, I don't regret my time spent with the company in the slightest. Traveling the world, meeting interesting people, killing them, it was all jolly good fun. Alas, Gridanians are, by and large, an unforgiving lot. Ditto here being a rare exception. She, like, emoted in the background there. I've had to go to great lengths to ensure that I am seen as a model citizen with no taste for drinking, whoring, gambling, and all those other activities I so dearly miss. So understand that if you ruin my little charade by wagging your tongue, I'll fashion a noose with your entrails and hang you from the nearest heavens pillar. A heavens pillar? What the hell is that? That sounds very Ishgardian. Well, what are you waiting for? There's a perfectly good egg in the nest to the east of it, just right for the taking. Go and claim it. The mother never strays far from the child, and you will surely be attacked the moment you lay hands on the egg. There will be other heroes, Tremor. You do not need to challenge Titan. Abandon your quest, or your corpse will rot in the swamp. He's trying to dissuade us. He's testing our mettle. That's what's happening here. Behemoths. That's a good one as well, Feathers. Yes. Feathers in chat there mentioning the Behemoths. Absolutely. All right, let's go get the egg before we deal with this other side quest. It's a very exciting side quest. It's a really big feature, a feature I use constantly in the game. And in fact, we're going to expand our pouch now to this third thing. Well, I say now, when we get that quest. So yeah, adamantoises. We don't want to kill regular ones. Look, and speaking of Malboros, look, there's some there, but they're called Stroppers. I love the way these things thunder around. Oh my god, it's massive! Wait, hold on, that's from that guy's quest. Look at that tortoise stomp! Holy shit. It's like in this episode, we finally got to the big creatures. Holy fuck. I think that's important, by the way. I like RPGs where you're fighting really weak, weird little things for a long time, and then finally the big thing. Like in my dream MMO, size would be almost directly proportional in the vast majority of circumstances to, like, threat. Okay, so look, I've stunned him there. If he can try again, I'll try to use Shield Bash next time. Like, when you see something big and intimidating, I want to be small and intimidated. Feel small and intimidated. I don't know. You get what I'm saying? Look at how big this egg is. Look at that. It's like a dinosaur egg. Claim the egg. Alright, let's get back through. And yeah, on the note of the 10-year story, again, I cannot emphasize this enough. It's not 10 years of stalling and waffling and getting us to get cheese and wine and omelettes or whatever this is for. That all stops. And I think that's the major difference. It might even be the case that it all stops in the post-patches here in Around Reborn. So, i.e. just a couple of episodes away. But I'm not sure about that. I think that that's where it gets to be a real slog, but we'll talk about that when we get there. I thought you might have the good sense to leave this place. By your continued presence, I take it you intend to persevere to the bitter end? I do. An exceptionally large egg, with a seemingly unbreakable shell. When it hatches, the baby adamantoise that emerges will likely be as large as a hound. Ah, such bravery, such recklessness. That will serve you well against a titan. I like it. This Elizon is, like, more the madman of the group. And the Rogadin, who I would expect to be more brutish and barbarous, is not. Leave the egg with me. I shall see that it gets to the captain. You should make haste to southern Thanlan. In Forgotten Springs, you'll find a man named Uldanun. He will be your next guide. Safe travels, Chama. Oh, are we going to the desert now? This is a real-world tour we're about to go on, I think. Planning on taking a jaunt around Roots Lake, are we? Well, do take care and enjoy yourself. I shall see you when you return. Rather, if you return. Okay. So, what is this here? This is a really important quest. If you're playing along with me, do not miss this. I love the look of the wine bottles illuminated by the lamp over there, by the way. Do not miss this. I would say this is near essential to get as a blue quest. Nature tends towards stability and order, and for ages this balance of forces was maintained. Yet, as you can see, the calamity destroyed that delicate balance and severely weakened the land. The taint of corruption is even visible in some places. Okay, guys, I'm going to do something IRL here. Ready? Oh, get into my Coke. I'm curious. You can track that now over the past 3 episodes. Maybe 4? Is it always about an hour in? We're 1 hour, 7 minutes into the episode here. Is that usually when I decide, okay, I've had my coffee, I want a cold drink? Snake Mole is one such location. Ever since the ruins were exposed 5 years ago, countless beasts have seen fit to make it their home. With such scars still fresh, I fear the forest will not completely recover for a long, long time. I guess there's dungeons around. This place here, the lost city of Amdapor. Ooh, do you guys remember hearing about Amdapor in the last episode? I think that might, maybe, have appeared in the history section where we were reading about the 5th era. Alright, Doset. Doset appears to have caught a scent of something. I hope that that's coming into the microphone. The unmistakable smell of Chocobo clings to you, adventurer. Would I be correct in assuming that you have your own trusty steed? Aye, I thought so. Now tell me, is your bird battle-trained? If not, you might consider seeking the advice of Lukalot over at Bent Branch Meadows. The Ishgardian native is something of a prodigy in all things concerning our fine feathered friends. He should be able to help you attain greater affinity with your bird. Weird. It's very strange to me you get this quest here. But let's see, are we on level 30 MSQ right now? We are! Okay, that's cool. They actually lined this up. Square Enix are expecting you to get this quest here. They're expecting you to do it. Because the main storyline has taken us to level 30, and this quest unlocks at level 30. Now, I said to you earlier in the series that most blue quests, i.e. quests that unlock features and content, most blue quests are gated by the MSQ. So you need to be MSQ level 20, MSQ level 50, blah, 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 blah. Like to join a grand company, for example, we had to get to MSQ level 20. I think this one, however, is just hit level 30. I don't think the MSQ is even a requirement necessarily. But they are both level 30 and we got them here. So this is a really good quest. We're going to go to Bent Branch. Now, I remember this very clearly from my first playthrough. Here on Tremor, we've spent a bunch of time at Bent Branch. But for me, on Macon, I had barely ever been here. In fact, I think this was the first place I'd ever come here. And, first time I'd ever come here. And I think, it just sort of blew my mind. To me, this was a place used just for the Chocobo thing. And it was sort of this random, weird area of a distant forest, miles away from home, so to speak, and just like full of content, and it sort of blew my mind. And I remember being here and it pouring with rain and being under this. But here, look, so we come over, and this is where I thought that you actually... It's funny, when I was planning this series out, I thought this was where you initially got a Chocobo, but I guess not. So, we speak to this guy again, which you'll remember from some of the early quests. Good evening, Tremor. Is there something you need? He says, you wish to have your Chocobo trained in combat. This is no small request you make. Riding your bird is one thing. Asking it to take hurts in your name is quite another. I will help train your Chocobo, but on promise that you will never unduly expose it to danger. Do I have your word? Very well. Oh, God. I think we will do that, by the way. My Chocobo's died many times. To begin with, we will need a bunch of Gizzle Greens. You have my leave to pick one from the fields yonder. Return here when you have it. So, yeah, you might have thought that Gizzle Greens, this is like the common Chocobo item. Common Chocobo taming item. You might have thought they'd be used as a currency to mount. But there is no currency or restrictions on mounting, really, except for, like, if you're in a town or a dungeon or something. I guess that might have been a 1.0 thing that ended up unpopular, perhaps. So I don't know. But they do use Gizzle Greens for using the Chocobo as a full-blown companion. So you can pick a green. Have you acquired the greens? I don't know whether this came in with ARR, by the way, or one of the post patches. We'll learn that in the upcoming episodes. Leafy greens originating from the Near East. If they were any fresher, they'd still be in the ground. Superb. Then we shall get straight to it. Doubtless you already know this, but Chocobos are highly fond of Gizzle Greens. They love the leafy vegetables so much, in fact, that they will completely forget their fears in the face of danger. Thus, by feeding your birds the greens, they can prevail upon it to fight beside you. And then, once called, it will be up to you to direct its actions as you see fit. You will find that your Chocobo innately responds to a number of general commands. Give your bird an order, and it will act accordingly, and to the best of its ability. This simple yet effective methodology was developed by the Fortomp family, one of the most foremost houses in Ishgard. Wow! Guys, the Fortomps are awesome. And we will meet them in due time. You know, it's funny, I remember my playthrough 2 years ago. That's a real catchphrase for this, isn't it? I remember getting to Ishgard. Because Ishgard is where the first expansion is. And I remember learning about their great houses and going to the chat and saying, okay, what are they? And I was trying to remember it. Because I wanted to commit it to memory to, like, know the lore. And I think I know it still. It's Fortomp. It's been 2 years. Fortomp, Durandare, Halenart, and... it's not coming to me. I don't know the last one. It's not that important anyway. I thought it was of utmost importance, but yeah. Anyway, Fortomps is kind of the cool one. And that concludes your lesson. Of course, it's not enough to merely hear about practice. One must venture forth and attempt it oneself. Summon your Chocobo with a bunch of Gizzle Greens, and together make your way to Sorrel Haven. The brood Ziz that prowl that area are a suitable challenge for you and your companion. Put down 3 of them and return here. And lastly, by way of advice, I'd recommend you keep an ample supply of greens on your personage at all times. Our resident vendor will be able to provide you with as much as you can carry. So, companions now available. We haven't actually finished the quest, but we've unlocked it. So they're teaching us about fighting with our Chocobo. So hold on, a vendor. Who's the vendor? Person with the bag icon, I guess. Do you sell me Gizzle Greens? Oh no, that's racing. Yeah, racing will do with... Well, maybe they sell it, actually. These days, we've no shortage of fledgling race Chocobos. Yeah, racing is another layer. It just keeps going, guys. But, yeah, I believe when I started playing this, another guy, like a streamer, a big streamer started playing this game as well, and he was doing a Let's Play, and he just got stuck Chocobo racing for weeks and weeks and weeks. Like, he had a huge chat, a huge following, everyone wanted to watch him, and then he just stopped and just played Chocobo racing. I guess there's a certain confidence in that. Oh my god, you just bad breathed me, that was beautiful. Okay, where the hell is the Gizzle Greens trainer? Well, do you know what, I usually just buy them on the market board. Instead of here. I didn't even know you could buy them here. I assumed you got them from gardening. So yeah, let's just go here. My feisty little Chocobo. Let's finish the quest. Sorrel Haven. Oh, it's really close. I thought it'd be like ages away with level 30 mobs. But I guess not. So hold on, wait. Don't I need to buy a Gizzle Green? He didn't give me one, did he? Oh yeah, I have 1 green. Okay, so check it out. This pouch, this pouch over here, this is my Chocobo pouch. And it's going to have all items associated with my Chocobo and also combat skills associated with my Chocobo. Because there's quite a lot of depth here. And this will, on demand, allow me to change and mess with that stuff. But we'll see. So let's just go up the tree. Wait, is it 4 temps? Is it 4 temps or 4 tomp? I thought it was 4 tomp because they've all got like that accent to their names. This is so ridiculous! Oh look, there you go, Brood Ziz. And that's an interesting icon there, isn't it? It's a quest enemy, but it's in red, and it's got a locked key because I haven't done something. And that something is to eat a green, or not eat a green, but give one to my Chocobo. So ordinarily, we can imagine the Chocobo's wandering around with me. But no, what we really want here is to pull it out permanently. Chocobos enjoy the flavour, and the greens are often used as fodder for the animals. So when I do this, we will get 30 minutes with the Chocobo companion. And the duration can be extended to a full minute. So here we go. Out he is. This is Topaz, and he will live separately to us and fight alongside us now. What we can also do is in our skills, you'll see that there's this new section here, orders. We've got pet orders, squadron orders, don't worry about those yet, but here, companion orders. So I'm going to put all these buttons here. So we will put attacking stance. I guess the Gizzle Greens can go down there. Defending stance or free stance. So this kind of lets you choose how he'll act. We can withdraw him to send him away. We can tell him to follow us. Oh, and then there's another stance, the healer stance. Let's put the stances up there then, I guess. For now, I guess we only have free stance unlocked. There's another thing as well. If we look up here, I think we should have this unlocked now. Yeah, there's a new companion window. Now, it's funny because companion, it's like, what other companions are there? Is there just the Chocobo? Are there other companions coming? And like I mentioned, in 1.0 at launch, there was these things called path companions. And this idea of other NPCs that would fight with you and stuff. But so far, even I know we're 10 years into the game, they've never added another companion. Like, it's just the Chocobo. That's it. Like, this may as well say Chocobo, not companion. But I guess they've left the door open for doing more of them later. I don't know. Anyway, here there's didn't we look at this maybe the other day? So you can summon it with a green. And like I say, I put my greens in the pouch there. You can also mount it from here if you like. You can pick the stance. But you'll see how long he's going to be out for. You can see his health. All these different skills. And then equipping his stuff. And I did talk about this already. So as we play, we can unlock new armor for our Chocobo and stuff. And now you'll see why that's kind of fun. Because it can be out all the time. So that's about it. And now that we have... Oh yeah, and when you click each button, it does like a little hoot and whistle. Like, listen to this. Listen how cute this is. Oh, we can't do these yet because he's too low level. There you go. Alright, so let's fight the Ziz, I guess. And I'm gonna just auto so that we can see what the Chocobo does. Come on, get in there. He's not doing anything. Hit it. I told him to be free stance. I guess he doesn't want to fight yet. Maybe we have to do the quest first. Oh, no. I think that his AI will only trigger to do something when I use one skill. I think just autoing isn't enough. I need to use a skill. So there's a skill. It looks like he's trying to hit it, but he can't. He can't get there or something. Sorry, let's turn the game down a little bit again. Can't hit it. He's just looking menacing. Maybe he's auto-attacking? Maybe he is hitting? His number should come up in big red... Oh, yeah, dodge? Or was that me? I don't know. Look, he doesn't have any skills yet. Later, they can cast, like, they can tank for you. They can heal you. It's actually, as far as I know... Now, people might want to give me advice on this in the comments. I believe it's best to put them on the utility roles. I believe it's better to have them healing. Like, if they heal, you get tags better in big open world meta events and stuff. Which is stuff I've never really done. I think, isn't that right? Or like, if you're playing a DPS, it's really nice to have your Chocobo take aggro. I know it's cut. They use a skill called Choco Regen. You might recognize Choco Regen from other Final Fantasies. Do they get Choco Meteor, by the way? Does anyone know that? Do they get Choco Meteor? But yeah, so anyway, we need to level him up and stuff. Like, he's just started, oh my god, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh. Pain. Man, I'm so sad we died the other day. We still would be on for 0 deaths at this point. Not that ARR really hits us very hard with anything yet. We'll have to wait until we get to do the extreme trials. And then I'm sure the deaths will come flowing. You leveled yours healing DPS tank. Yeah, and you actually have to, like, pick as well, don't you? You specialize it in one line. Well, you can mix and match the lines. I think my my Chocobo on my main is like a mutt. And like I said as well, you can change his color by feeding him different foods and stuff. But we'll do that down the line. So, you've successfully negotiated your first few battles of a Chocobo. Well done. Tell me, how did it feel? Was it supremely reassuring fighting with your feathered companions? Your Chocobo can make up for your shortcomings or build on your strengths. Indeed, there are countless ways the two of you might complement one another. Through some experimentation, you will come to find the approach that serves you best. As before, before I forget, one last parting gift, a saddlebag. Carrying Gizzle Greens can be quite cumbersome after all, and there should be sufficient room in your personal belongings for should the need arise. I pray it serves you well on your travels. So, and then this is the final feature here. So you will have noticed, what's his next quest? Bird in Hand is his next quest. Oh, I need an apartment or an estate. I think he's going to teach me to grow my own greens. So yeah, you will have noticed, if you look at my inventory, I've got items in here, but nothing too major, right? It hasn't really swarmed me with items. You tend to not get many items in this game, and you don't even need to spend gil on much. Unless you get into housing and crafting, you don't really get many items, or gathering. Items just sort of don't come in that much. So you don't need much inventory space. Obviously, we've got lots of loot because of the armory chest. Well, there is an expanded bag system. It's the Chocobo saddlebag. And once again, I put that into my pouch here. So by default, I think it's like Control I or something. But I put it in my pouch. So whenever I want to do with anything to do with my Chocobo, including get into that inventory, I just come over here. And so the Chocobo saddlebag displays all of the items in the saddlebag. See, we get a bunch more slots here. What I usually do on my main is put all the dyes in there. Also, when you fish, like there's loads of baits and things, you can put the fish in there. Why is it adding it so weirdly? You can put like baits in. That's always a good idea. What else do I have on my main? I don't know. We'll see it eventually, I guess. Glamour prisons are usually a good idea to put in there. Basically, mostly items I want to actually keep. But it doesn't matter here because we'll put these gold and silver feathers from the referral links in there as well. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because I don't anticipate getting that many items anyway. But there you go. So, really, really important quest because this expands your inventory to do this. And it gives us a Chocobo and all that. I would like some more Gizzle Greens because I would like to keep leveling it and fighting with it now. Topaz. I should say it. Canonically, by the way, you might have caught it in some of those quests there. Trial by Turtle and Braving... Oh, Braving New Depths is the optional dungeon. That's the Egypt Pyramid dungeon place. But this one is where we want to go. Yeah, we're going to the desert, guys. Nice. Yeah, you might notice in that quest that they... Oh, thank you. Another green. That's really lovely of you. Thank you. These are worth like pennies, by the way, so it's not really a tax on your playtime or anything. Yeah, oh, and I love this. I remember doing it. I don't know, something about being here at Bent Branch, my first ever playthrough. And there we go. We just did it in the Let's Play. I'm pretty sure when I first played that, I never thought I would Let's Play this. I think already I was like, this is too... This is not Let's Playable. Oh, how naive I was. Maybe I am naive, because I really thought at the time, you know, how can you do this in an entertaining way? But I think it's been most entertaining so far, actually. But yeah, maybe I was further into the ARR MSQ at that point. And I'd been missing out on it. Here's a weird thought. Oh, you gave me 50 greens. Thank you. Does it know to pull the greens out of the bag and... Oh, no, it doesn't know how to pull them. Oh, I never put them in the bag in the first place. All right, whatever. Yeah, okay. Let me get this point out. You might notice in that quest dialogue that it's a male Chocobo. Like, they do specifically tell you that your Chocobo is a boy. You don't get to pick if it's a boy or a girl or whatever. And I have seen a lot of discussions online about that. Like, someone will say, oh, my darling Sapphire, she's so cute, in like a screenshot or whatever. And then there'll be like angry nerds in the comments saying, they're boys, you shouldn't give it a girl's name. It's like, it doesn't really matter, does it? If people want a headcanon that their Chocobo's female, does it really matter? But I've seen that like so many times. Anyway, yeah, we're traveling pretty goddamn far here. This is the Sagodi Desert. I spend huge amounts of time here maxing out my Amalja reputation. Getting here at night, I guess, is a certain vibe. It's the middle of the night as well. It's not even 2 AM yet. So don't expect the sun to come up anytime soon. But it really does feel very hot and very, like, scalding out here. And there's a few little hidden things out there. I think there's some cool, like, desert worms. Not as cool as the ones in 10, don't get me wrong. That you can have aura and use eject on. And they go flying off over the hills. You set my Chocobo to passive, maybe? No, I didn't set it to passive. I have it set to free. Free stance. Allow him to make his own decisions in battle. And I can't use the other stances yet. I don't know what this favourite feed thing is here, by the way. Did we play with that when we tried to colour him? I don't know what that was. We should get a house and a garden, maybe. I've been thinking of getting a garden in the patch when gardening is added. But if it's heavily time-gated, then that's going to be quite late. Oh, no, but only late in ARR. It's not going to be late in the whole project. So, yeah, no, it's fine. 14 has epic nights. Yeah, one of the big issues I've had with temporal anti-aliasing is in movement, the stars blur ever so slightly more if you use certain presets. So look, guys, if you're tweaking your DLSS to DLLA and using the presets, preset E I was recommended on the Spud Discord, and preset E is much better for stopping the shimmer on the skyboxes. Though it's still there a little bit. There will always be a little bit, obviously. But no jaggies. It's a trade-off I'd make. Okay. So what do we got here? Bunch of people. Bunch of cat people. This guy doesn't look very happy. He's got a buxom maid with him, though. Oh, what did he say? Ha ha ha! So this is the one Wisecate sends me? I haven't the foggiest what he sees in you. And until I do, you will receive... With 3 R's, you will receive no aid from me. Meow. Okay, he's a cat. Oh, we're getting materia. Is this the first materia we've got? So I can take critical hit +2, or direct hit +2, or determination +2. Let's go with critical hit. So yeah, these are our stats here. You'll notice I've not really talked about these in any way. It's because the game is so streamlined that just building eye level covers everything. And it's a bit... It's archaic mechanics, really. It's weird where there's, like, a perception of depth, but it doesn't really exist. Like the starting attributes. Oh, one of you guys left a comment, by the way, and taught me that, you know, we picked a god at the start. Apparently, what it used to be, you would pick a god, that would give you an elemental resistance. So that was a part of the buildcraft back when there was buildcraft. It's like, what god do you pick? Okay, you're resistant to fire. Oh, I don't know whether it gave you weaknesses or whatever, but that's a cool idea as well. Anyway, that's all cold out now. But yeah, so critical here, I have 245 already, which is massive to me. I always think of 255 as a max, but there you have it. So this affects the amount. So I already have 255. +2 is going to do basically nothing. But we can slot it if you'd like. Let's see, shall we? Oh, wait. How do we slot it? Can I slot it? I don't even have any gear with a materia slot yet. Oh, no, I do. These gloves can take 2 pieces of materia. You see those 2 slots there? Can't just like double click it and then go through. I might need to learn how to meld from a quest somewhere. That might be a thing. You remember this exact comment from a previous stream? Is it a bot? Oh yeah, that so is a bot. I remember that as well. I'm hiding the user. I'll remove that. That totally is a bot. To be honest, when I saw that in the last part, I thought that looks like a bot. I thought that looks like somebody somebody advertising their stream basically in a sneaky way. And I thought that's so weird though. The only way that would work is if you're spamming that everywhere on the internet. So I thought that might be a bot, but I didn't really know. But yeah, you're right. I saw that. Boom. You've seen your share of battle. There's no mistaking that. And you did... Oh, sorry. We got to do the cat voice. You've seen your fair share of battle. Meow. There's no mistaking that. Mlim. And you did manage to obtain that adamantoise egg. Meow. However, there's not more than a display of brute force and blind courage. The nun I once fought also believed his strength would save him. He was wrong, and now I am none. And now I am none. By the way, he looks cool as fuck. I love the way this guy looks. Many years ago, I joined the company of heroes to hone my skills instead of challenging my predecessor before I was ready. Even when I was young, I understood the victory to the patient, the cunning, the pragmatic. That is why I changed my position, and this is why I still hold it. And it is why I will not help an unproven whelp. The children of the sands do not offer aid to strangers. To do so is a sign of weakness. However, if you were recognized as a skilled hunter in your own right, it would be permissible to assist you. Across the desert, to the east lies an Amalja encampment that dwells your warrior renowned for both his strength and his guile. To even face his Amalja in battle, you must first find a way to lure him away from the encampment. This will be your test to draw out the veteran. For this, I will offer you no advice, only this worn spear. Why, do you ask? You will have to solve that riddle yourself. Now go, and slay this old warrior and bring me his necklace. Okay. It's too much dialogue. Oh, God. I didn't really take much of that in. I was focused more on where to put the meows. I can do cats as well as bee voices. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to when we get to voice actor B. That one's going in the all-time greatest hits. What would the all-time greatest hits be? I'll always maintain that the only voice I can do well is an Etin. Me, Etin. There you go. That's about as far as I can go. Couple of syllables, and then it all falls apart. There's a really good bit on Would I Lie to You from David Mitchell, right? Where he describes the difference between a fly and a bee. And he says, look, a bee is more wholesome. And they're like, okay, do it. Show us the difference between a bee and a fly. And he goes, well, look, a fly is more of a zzz, and a bee is more of a zzz. And it's true. All right, what's this with this spear? The bloody Gisam. A trophy claimed by Oud Noon from the dying hands of an Amalja warrior. You remember that? Yeah, I used to love that show. I think it's fallen off in recent years. A lot of those panel shows do. They just keep going and going and going, even when, you know, the talent in the format is sort of, I don't know, clearly getting over it a bit. A mournful cry echoes across the desert. And something spawned. Okay, I should say something spawned. This is a living, breathing person, and we're going to fight him. With Topaz. So yeah, beneath Topaz, your companion, you'll see it says he's associated with me, so it says Tremor there. And we can obviously target him and throw quick spells at him, like so. This UI you're looking at here is like a quick cast UI. It's pretty cool. It means that if I just throw one ability at him, I'll immediately go back to my previous target. Or I could target myself with it and so on. Oh, there you go. He got a skill. As your Chocobo's rank increases, he will earn skill points. These points can be used to acquire new companion-specific actions and traits. So, and there were more pages there, not the saddlebag. So, skills. What do I train? What do you guys think? Should we make him a defender, a healer, or attacker? Again, I have heard, and I'll wait for messages to roll by before I make my decision here as we're running back across the desert. I hate that it's nighttime at the desert here. This is not the vibe I wanted. But as you can see, it's just pure sand desert. Actually feels quite X-like with that building sunk in there and tilted off to the side and all that. You usually go healer. Taskmaster is still good. No, see, no, I disagree. I think Taskmaster is clearly a lot worse than it used to be. It peaked around Season 8 or something, and it's been on a slow decline, a very obvious decline. I think they're going to get to Season 25. They do 2 a year, right? So it's not that far away. Do Champion of Champions of Champions, and then end it. At least if they have any, you know, go to another project at that point. They'll probably keep the format, but it'll be different host, different house, some fresh energy, maybe go away for a year or two. I really think that it's on its last legs. I mean, it's still entertaining enough that I'll watch it, but it is a shadow of what it used to be. 8 out of 10 cats, I don't know how good it is compared to how it used to be. It's a shame, because I think a lot of the panel shows are not doing that well anymore. I've fallen out of love with QI as well. I don't know. It's become just a bit too dry. Season 7 was your favourite? Yeah, Season 7's very, very, very good, yeah. Sorry, we're talking about stuff nobody knows what we're talking about here. Tell me, adventurer, is our old nemesis dead? A confusion of teeth, bones, and claws strung onto a piece of leather. Supposedly, from the pattern in which items are ordered, other Amaldra can glean the name and rank of the necklace's wearer. Well, he's dead now. Just a fine necklace, as befits a veteran of countless battles. It will make an excellent trophy. The spear, it belonged to one of his brothers. I know when he spied it from afar, he would be unable to resist venturing outside the encampment to see for himself. Did you discern my intent, or was it dumb luck, I wonder? Ha ha ha! Either way, you impress me, adventurer. Meow. I should tell you of the ingredients you seek. Meow. Okay, well, yeah, teach me about this. We're doing all this for a banquet to prove to a guy that we're strong enough to fight Titan. I mean, could you get more bizarre? A shame we did not meet when I was still in the company of heroes, meow. You would have made a fine recruit, but no point on dwelling what cannot be, meow. We have Welwick with the worm. You have a Welwick worm to hunt. Sandworms slither brazenly across the desert dunes, but Welwick worms are far fewer in number. Rarity breeds demand, and so their meat is highly prized as a delicacy. The only way to catch your quarry is to entice it with something it cannot resist. What was that? What was the... These worms prey on smaller creatures of the Sogoli. A freshly slaughtered angler carcass would be my choice of bait. There is an area teeming with anglers to the east. I will mark it upon your map, along with the location where the Welwick worms are most frequently sighted. Meow. Be warned, the blood will drive the worm into a feeding frenzy. If your skills are lacking, it will devour you as well. Meow. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. There's this hot desert sun. You watched one episode of Taskmaster, it was too British for me. What do you mean it was too British? Was that a hairball? Oh, yeah, that was a hairball. Yeah, definitely. That was the plan. All right, I see other people saying healer. Healers are the only good one. All right, so here we go. Choco regen. This will give the Chocobo regen. Controlling the Chocobo is a bit like controlling, I don't know. It's sort of like, it's not direct control. I don't think we can actually slot Choco regen, for example. But yeah, just to give you a sense here. This gives him mind, which makes his heals stronger, I guess. More HP. Gives him a new spell, Choco Cure. Increases his accuracy. I don't know whether that's really that relevant for anything. Increases his critical hit by 15. Magic potency by 30. Choco Surge, that is. That's a buff that he gives himself. Choco Medica. So yeah, when you go to like level 10 or something, picking these, I think. No, that's just skill points. He's still only rank 1. I don't know. I think you can only like finish 1 line or maybe 1 line and a half or something. I don't know. And then there's like a hard cap on his, a soft cap on his level at level 10. And what you're supposed to do after that is you have to do gardening for these like special onions. And I have never ever fed, or even on my main, I've never fed my guy an onion. Here we go. This is it. This is the Beaconell experience, isn't it? And in fact, it sounds like we're going to go fight one of those worms. A weird little story about fishing as well. I leveled fishing maybe 2 months ago. So I know. So in this game, I already mentioned there's this crazy ocean fishing feature. I've never touched that. That's like deep ocean fishing. But and it's like with a whole different rule set as far as I know. But you can fish in rivers and lakes and streams, and there's all different stuff based on if it's salt water or fresh water. It's ridiculously deep. There's so much, right? And I always knew that when you get to the first expansion, minor spoiler, we're going to go into like the sky, basically. We're going to go really high in the sky amongst the clouds at one point in this story. And I knew that when you get there, you could do this thing called cloud fishing, where you actually just fish into the clouds and get cool fantasy creatures out of the mists and the rain, which I think is amazing. And I always knew that. But what I didn't realize, 2 months ago, I was leveling Fisher, and you can, like, desert fish. You can, like, sand fish. There's a spot, like, in this desert where you go off, like, to the edge. I might be able to show you, actually. We're kind of close to it. It's over in those rocks over there. That chasm, maybe? Yeah, look, these are the worms. These are just like the worms from 10, aren't they? They're just smaller. Like, way smaller. Well, they're not just like. They're the same general idea, though. You can really see how the other main series games inform so much of what's in this one. Oh, he blinded me. I don't think I have any eye drops. Oh, did you see his little legs wiggling around? These legs here wiggling as he fell down dead. And he hissed very loudly at us. So yeah, this, I'll mount over to it real quick. Well, no, let's do this since we're here. It might take us over there anyway. No, Gemma, no. Okay, here's the worm territory. A few more bells under the sun, and this fish will be as ripe as a fairy apple. I don't know what, that does not make me want to eat a fairy apple. If it's like the consistency of rotten fish left in the desert. I guess if you live in a really hot, deserty place, fish is probably quite the delicacy. The sand surrounding the angler carcass begins to pulse and throb. And there he is. Or there two of them are. He's still not big enough, though. Given all the other big mobs we've been fighting through this act, you would have thought they would have scaled these up in a bigger way. But I love this, guys. I love having the camera low, locked on, fighting a mob. Doesn't this feel a little bit like the turn-based combat of the other games? Especially with the GCD. Like, it feels so familiar to the main series games, and sometimes for me. It's just obviously, you know, we don't have a whole party. It's just us. And it's not fully turn-based. But, you know, a lot of the games are like action turn. You know, they're not... You don't get that thinking time. Anyway, yeah, look. Over here, you can fish into this. Into, like, this just swirling fog of sand down there. Look at that. And you can fish it. I thought that was amazing. And you can, like, lava fish. They do basically all the coolest ideas for, like, what you'd want out of a big fishing feature in an MMO. They really do. I could Aetherite, but to be honest, I want to walk. As for, like, what the ruins are here, like, what sunken civilization there is, I am 100% confident there is lore for that. I have no idea what they are, though. There's probably also a sightseeing log out here, in which we'd learn a bit of it. Knowing ARR so far, though, we'll be here at the wrong time of day. I swear, at some point in this Let's Play, we will get one. an ARR one at that. Alright, obviously we could get any number of the other ones. But an ARR one. Basically you can fish in anything that's vaguely liquid, yeah. But you know, it's fantasy and it's good. It's good fun. It makes me think that they might have gone big on it in 11. There's often fishing mini-games in the other main series titles. 12 actually has some reasonable amount of fishing going on. But they really went all out here. I don't know whether that dates back to 1.0 or what. Not only there is lore, but you'll be back. Really, to this desert at some point. Oh, we're back with the Tomberry here. Tom Berry is back. It's cool, you know, I do these episodes every other day. Obviously, not everyone can make it every day. I mean, unless you're watching on the playlist, obviously. In which case... kind of, but you can't be here in game. So it's funny to see different people drifting in and out of the crowd. You look well. Have you caught your quarry then? I have. Look, here's some meat. A large round slice of Welwick worm white meat. I'm not sure I'd want to eat that. Your skills as a hunter rival those of our best. I applaud your success, Trevor. The meat will need to be heavily smoked before I ship it to Wisegate. Worry not. You have my word that he will receive it in time for the banquet. Meow, 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 meow. Sorry, I had to catch up on some meows there. I wasn't doing it. You must be eager to obtain the third ingredient. I regret to say that I know naught of its location. For the nonce, you should return to Costa del Sol and seek Wisegate's counsel. For the nonce. Ah, but hold on a moment. Meow. Since you will be meeting the captain again soon, there is something I would like you to deliver to him for me. Meow. Okay, what is that? The captain was always fond of this brand of wine. I would be grateful if you could deliver it on my behalf. I was a reckless, angry youth when I first joined the company, and he would have been well within his rights to cast me out. Now, everything I owe to his wisdom and generosity. I, Wisegate, is a firm yet fair teacher, an expert moulder of men, and I suspect that that is still the case now. Please give him my regards, Tremor. Meow. Goodbye. So that's it. Back to the Costa del Sol. Out of the raging heat waves, by the way. That's the weather specifically here. Heat waves. And what a lovely place this is. That cave there, I think. You might think, by the way, I ran around like this. You might think they connect. I don't know if they do in the end, actually. Or maybe they do. I tend to not go through that cave. I love how pitch black dark that looks as well. While we're out in the very, very bright light. The Red Labyrinth. Sightseeing log in here maybe somewhere? I should definitely sprint, put a macro on sprint. Oh, there is a log. I think this one's available. To become an immortal flame, you must learn to feel the burn. Let's try this. Look out. Oh, God. Did it just fade before my very eyes? No. It's not available. Damn it. For the love of God. Anyway, yeah, maybe you can't, because this goes down, doesn't it? Or perhaps not. Gnarled Reflection is through here. The way is dark, but I've walked it 1,000 times. I can guide you through if you like. Travel to Gnarled Reflection. Oh, I think there's a big fake going on or something there. What's up with that music? I don't know what Gnarled Reflection is. All right, let's move on. Let's not get too sidetracked here. If you're curious about what Gnarled Reflection is, feel free to go through the door yourself. There are a couple of spots that use different emotes. Try other emotes. Well, how am I to know which ones? I know there is a FF14 launcher add-on plugin for the sightseeing log. Like, it tells you exactly where to go and what to do for all of them. There's a lot of plugins like that basically eliminate the step, the fairly arbitrary step of going to the wiki. You know, it's one thing to say, oh, they're cheats, they've taken the game away or whatever, but I don't know. If you were going to go to the wiki anyway, it's nice to have that kind of information in game. I love these wooden planks, by the way. Dude, I'm really enjoying myself here. We've had such a good variety of locations. Well met, Tremor. Landau and Uldanen both spoke highly of you. What brings you here today? Titan? Hello? Also this, a deep caramel-coloured spirit made from twice distilling fine red wine and then aging it in rosewood barrels for at least 30 summers. Holy fuck. Ah, my favourite. I shall have to thank them personally. Is that the wine you wanted? I don't think it is it? Now you have but one ingredient left. Fortunately, you will not have to travel to Uldanen this time to obtain it. Alright, what? The things we do for cheese. Wisegate would like to tell you about the final ingredient needed for the banquet. Truth be told, I never intended you to collect this last ingredient. Brayflox, my old quartermaster, wished to bring it to Costa del Sol herself. However, not long ago, she sent word that there's been some trouble at the Longstop, and that the delivery would be delayed indefinitely. She told me nothing of the incident itself, but I fear the situation may be dire. Though I would like nothing more than to aid her myself, I have no choice but to turn to you and your allies. Make haste to the Hidden Fall docks and speak with Ozan. He'll direct you to the Raincatcher Gully, where Brayflox and her people have made their home. Okay, guys, it's funny, in the last episode I was going on and on and on about how a dungeon was coming up. I've made no mention of that in this episode, really. But yeah, we're about to do a dungeon. So, if you guys want to play it with me, meet me out in the front, I guess, and we'll set it up. Oh, look how cool it is. You guys know that feeling of being on the beach with a really hot sun on your skin, and then you just step into the shade like this, and you can hear the waves, and you can look at the detail and the barnacles on the wood and stuff. Oh, I want to go for a swim. How far out can we swim? This is like the Fon Coast or something, you know? Ah. What's first person swimming like? A lot of splashing. Birds flying over. Yeah, this place is called the Bloodshore, by the way, and I think there's some really creepy lore about this place. Like, there was some huge fight here happened or once or something. Look, it's a Wind Rider. Oh, these are the enemies that were on the ship at the start of the game, aren't they? I love the way, like, its wings flap up or whatever, and it's got the weird gross teeth things in there. And here we are with Topaz fighting it. Gross. That was like an extra gooey looking Wind Rider, you know? Ooh. Like, just extra fleshy, actually. We got a real good look inside it there. I'm not sure I found that very pleasant. This questline used to be infamous for how intricate and weird it was, and it really felt like padding. I mean, yeah, it's not the first padding, though. Like, at this point, I think it's like tongue-in-cheek padding. It's on-the-nose padding. Right, like, so I find it kind of hard to blame. Like, it's clear at this point already what the ARR experience is. And now they're just sort of teasing you with it a little bit, you know? And it's one of those weird things as well, because there's this desperate desire for everyone to just get to the end. Just finish it. Just beat it. And it's like, well, you know, on the other hand, you're paying a sub to sort of live in this virtual world or whatever. Look, here's a bunch of minor adventures and fun things to do. Like, I don't know. Like, I can kind of see the devs feeling like it's okay. What's the hurry, Venturer? Hey? Something happened over the Gobby settlement? I mean, the real issue with this arc, I think, is that there's some urgency with Titan. It's summoned already, and yet we're doing this. I think that's the real, like, that's a bit iffy. I don't know why you're so eager to help a bunch of beastmen, but go and talk to the skipper over yonder. She'll ferry you to Raincatcher's Gully. Okay. So... Eh? Oh, this skipper here. So yeah, this map's a weird one, right? Where the Costa del Sol and beach area is like this chunk. The same map. It's still Eastern Lenosia, has all this other stuff on it. Over with Wineport and so on. And it can be a bit maze-like to get there. Hold on, have you managed... Oh, I thought this player was doing /sit on the edge of the thing, like it was a chair, and that would have been quite cool. Right, so yeah, to get between the two, before you can fly on your mountain stuff, we want to go up this river. And even this is nice. Nice rushing rapids. Want to go to Raincatcher Gully? Are you coming along then? Yeah. 40 gil? Okay. It feels more episodic. It feels weird when you rush to the end. Yeah, I mean, I remember loathing this when I first played it. I remember finding it really tedious. Of course, I wasn't enjoying the immersion and the ambience as much as I am right now. I mean, look at this. Dude, I would so go on a holiday to any of these places. Hello. I'd think twice about venturing into Raincatcher Gully if I were you. Ever since the Calamity, it's been crawling with bizarre creatures, the likes of which no one's ever seen before. Oh man, the music here. Let's turn this up. Yeah, I love it. This one's on westerly winds. I think this is one of sort of those big songs that a lot of people like. The soundtrack is really good. It's almost impossible to say, oh, this is my favorite track for this game, especially a random ARR track. Considering where it goes and the various boss themes, but hey, nice stuff. Oh god, okay, she's a goblin, of course. Quiz prize of Uplander deep in Longstop. Flighty beasts chase Gobbyflock from homes. Gobbyflock need goodly Uplander to give safety to Longstop with much hand lending. Okay. So yeah, we do a dungeon for the cheese. This is coming back to me now. Alright, Brayflox, all talks. So, if you want an invite, I guess we'll do it first come, first serves. I'm going to stand over here. Anyone who gets to me first, I will... I'll let people know. Oh, God, what was the order? It was you, and then it was you, and then it was you, maybe? You look pretty cool. All right, that's it. I can only take 3 people. I'm sorry, everyone. Oh, we get the XP boost. Nice, we get the Mentor boost. Can you give invites to some of these people? They said they aren't in the link shell. Well, who? What? Who, though? Whoopsie. That's examining their gear. Invite to link shell. Yeah, if you want a link show invite, ask for one. Yeah, I do have a little bit of stream delay because the game for me really is to have these as lasting videos. And if I put the latency lower, it compromises on the video quality. Oh, Tom Berry wasn't in it. There you go. And you want to be in it as well. Don't we only have 65 slots? I often haven't had the chat up, but it would be, I probably should. I should set up a tab with the link shell and see what people have to say. All right, I'm going to assume that's everyone. So here we go. Oh, is that another one there? This guy needs an invite. I just gave you one, didn't I? I swear to God I just gave that guy one. Maybe not. Brayflox's Longstop. After a tiring journey across Eorzea, it is deep within the quiet jungles of Raincatcher Gully, where the charismatic and enterprising young goblin Brayflox all talks, chooses to build her tiny empire. What she does not realize, however, is that something else, something sinister, has also made the lush forest its home. Now driven from their rightful claim, Brayflox and her brethren seek to retake the land, and are not above asking the help of lesser races, that would be you, to help them do so. Okay, so we're the lesser race in the goblins' estimation. So yeah, let's head on in. I'm not going to min-eye level it because, as you can see, even if we do so, the ARR dungeons are all pretty simple. It's not like we're going to get extra mechanics. Who gets to me first? WP gets overrun. Yeah. Oh. Oh, who's healing? We don't have a healer? You know, I think that it's doable without... Oh, by the way, yeah, look. Our Chocobo is in the party window here with the Chocobo icon. Yeah, we need a healer, I guess. I think it's doable without one. If I had a couple more potions, maybe. But, I guess I should withdraw us out of this, actually. How the hell do I do that? I guess I don't. I mean, yeah, just anyone, I guess. Oh, God. Are we going to try it? No healer? I have some potions. Oh, but my gear's bad. Dun, 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 dun. So, yeah, there's just a big, nasty monster here in this jungle. You know, it occurs to me they don't really do jungles much in this. I guess this is the closest that you get to one. Holy shit. Are we really going to try this? I don't know, though. This might be a terrible idea. My gear is... Well, let's just see, I guess. Should we? This will be weird. Let's try it out. Well, let's stance up. I really should be Archer, probably. I'm going to have to be very careful with the stuns and stuff. Tom Berry's portrait is awesome. Now, immediately, I think this isn't doable. There's an alarm bell in the back of my mind screaming right now. Don't do this. Don't do this. Oh, summoner can heal? Oh, no, I can't do, we can't do this. I mean, look, even if I'd perfectly stunned there, which, all right, fair enough, I could have. I'm going to have to, like, drop stance and stuff. Ah, there we go. Someone threw a stone at me. All right, let's redo it. We need a healer, guys. Let's leave. It would have worked better if I was a full-on paladin. Yes, yeah. Like, I don't even have half my buttons. All right, I'm abandoning the duty, guys. I won't get punished for that, will I? Because we didn't matchmake for that. So everybody leave, and then we'll... If somebody can swap to healer, that'd be really nice. In fact, I'm going to swap to archer because, again, tanking on bad gear is one of the worst things I can do in the first place. So I'll play archer. At least I have all my buttons on the archer. There you go. So if someone can go tank and someone else can go healer... There we go, perfect. We have a white mage, and we have a marauder. Marauder being those... Oh, what are the NPCs for this one? I keep looking at this. It's not going to be interesting for ages, is it? Alright. Enter with a party of other players. In we go. Oh, wait. No. Somebody saw you. What? We had a healer. Ah, withdraw. Okay, I've withdrawn. Alright, there we go. We have a healer again now. No, you don't get punished with a pre-made party. Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay, so look, Rocker, the moderator in chat, guys. He can give you invites to the link shell. So if anybody wants an invite to the Spud link shell, and again, that's like an in-game guild. It's like a chat room in-game, where we can type to one another the whole way through the playthrough. You can go to Gridania right now at the 8th right there, and he'll give you an invite to it. And it is handy to get in that because... Sorry, the stream delay should throw you off. No, that's okay. It is handy to get into that because when we start doing the bosses later, when the harder difficulties unlock, I will really be hoping to like basically type in that and say, hey, can anybody come play? Do you guys want to do this stuff? I think it'll be really fun, but it's very much like if the community's there, we can do it. If the community's not there, we can't. So, yeah, on our way to that stuff, the more the merrier, really. And yeah, so I can't stress that enough, right? Like, if you guys are getting free trials, if you're playing this along with me, there are very cool versions of the boss fights that are a bit more mechanically engaging. But basically, nobody really runs them. If you've just got a free trial, if you're going to, you can play along with me, and you'll have an opportunity to do that stuff. Like, it could be quite difficult to matchmake and find a party for people actually doing the extremes. Because, like, why would you? You can just over-level it and do it unsynced. But we're going to do them properly, so you do have an opportunity for something quite fun, I think. So, yeah, get in game, get in the link show if you can. It won't be for a few episodes yet, but the first ones will be coming. Always when I'm doing a Let's Play, I'm like, oh, it's episode 3, and then I blink, and suddenly it's like episode 20, you know. All right, twist gate key. We need a key, do we? Did she? Oh no, I think she gave us a key. Yeah, here you go. The run stop head gate key, an oddly shaped key, which, if the markings on the shaft are to be trusted, will open the head gate. Basically, the plan is once we get to those bigger fights where we need an 8-man party, the episode before those fights come up, I'll explain that the fight's coming, and I'll link to you guys the wiki page on it, so you can read the mechanics and understand what's coming up. And maybe a video guide. I don't know if anybody knows. I mean, I don't want to totally... I mean, a video guide's probably a good idea. That way we can go in, we can beat it, but it's smooth enough that we'll be able to beat it without grinding all day. Basically, if it turns out that this stuff's unbeatable... with like hours and hours, it's unfortunately not going to be a part of the Let's Play because it, you know, I don't want to sacrifice entire episodes of basically prog streaming. I think that's not sort of what this series is. So yeah, with just a little bit, just reading the wiki first is basically all it will take. And I can say that from experience, having done that on a couple of these early fights coming up. Anyway, here we go. The giant yellow pelican, the first boss of this dungeon. Don't remember any mechanics here. Let's get the big health bar up, shall we? You'll notice that the music, every time you're in a dungeon, changes to this song. And it's a shame, really, because some of the dungeon music in this game is gorgeous. Like, some of my favourite songs are dungeon songs. and then it just keeps getting interrupted by the expansion's combat noise. So yeah, this song that you're listening to right now, this is the Realm Reborn combat song. When we get into the first expansion, it will change. And then, so there's a fresh theme each time, basically. There's a boss theme, and then there's like a regular combat theme as well. Yeah, most of them should be very doable. There are only a few really tough ones. Like, I've not played the vast majority of them. We've already seen Ifrit. Okay, I've done Ifrit Extreme. But the thing is as well, so there's multiple levels of control we have over how difficult it is. You can do the extreme. You can also do the extreme minimum eye level, forcing everyone to be as low statted as possible. Now, on the series 2 years ago, we did Garuda minimum eye level. I don't know if you guys remember that. But we did Garuda, and I didn't enjoy that very much. The experience, because it was like... It was just a bit too slow or whatever, and I don't want to like be streaming comms and Discord and stuff like that. So it was kind of tricky to communicate. So that was probably slightly too hard, but I think it was too hard. One, because I went in totally blind, and I'm not going to be doing them totally blind. I will at least read ahead, and I will encourage everyone to have read ahead. So we'll have people who know what's going on. One, I went in totally blind, but two, I did min eye level. I'm not planning on doing min eye level, which is a huge difference. So there'll be extremes. We'll see all the fights. There'll be real battles. There's a chance that we lose, but it's not going to be brutally hard. And I think that's really important because there's some really cool story bits coming up. And I want to have a real boss when those story bits come up. I want it to be like, oh yeah, we're playing a fucking game. So yeah, like I'm so excited to do them, and I'm hoping that just those two things. It's not min eye level, but it is synced, obviously. And I don't know where we're going here. We're all running in circles. And a little bit of reading early, so like the whole team basically knows what's going on. You don't have to have beaten it before. I'm not asking everyone to know everything already, like but to have read about it or watched a video guide, I think. There you go. And then it's a game of us executing what we know rather than discovering what to do. Because that discovery of what to do equals multiple hours of, you know, prog or whatever. I just got a Steam friend request from one of you guys in chat. That's wild. Am I not appearing offline on Steam at the moment? I don't think I'm streaming Steam. Here, these, by the way, are totally optional. I nearly always grab these when I'm tanking this dungeon. Again, by the way, if you want to do a wall-to-wall, I don't mind. We can do a wall-to-wall. It's nice to take our time too, but whatever you want to do. See, as a range DPS, I can't randomly throw a stun on some of them to help my tank stay alive. I like that little hop back. Oh my god, I forgot, I have wind bite. Oh god, cringe. Oh god, that entire last boss, I didn't even use it once. Sorry. It doesn't matter what data center you're on. We're playing this on Oceania. This is on Materia. Anyone can guess to Materia. Literally everyone can... I specifically have set up this Let's Play that everyone can play together. We're doing this on Materia. Okay. So the tank is asking the healer if they're doing too much. Oh, I never got an answer as to whether I need to Raging Strikes first. Oh my god, I only just realised I'm like 30 minutes behind the live video. Oh wow, really? Yeah, that's the thing with YouTube, isn't it? There's a very big difference between doing live content on Twitch versus YouTube because of that. I think as a creator, I can actually disable that. So you're forced to be at the live moment. I think it's like the DVR mechanic. Mechanic setting. I don't know. But I don't know. What's this? He's got an ally over here. Let's poison it. And wind blast it. There you go. Do we actually need to fight it? We might not need to fight it. These bosses have like nothing going on. Wow. There was more going on in Tamtara. Oh, you know WB was just asking about my main. Oh, sorry. Well, my main will be over on Ravana as well. That's the whole idea. My main's actual home, yes, is Cactar. But I'm hosting all of the fights and everything over here on Oh, we do have to kill the little one. I took a lot of damage there. What hit me? I'm going to self-heal. Maybe I could have potted as well. So my poison and wind bite's running out here, but I'm going to let them drop because he's going to die in a second anyway. Probably better to do an auto attack with higher potency than reapply damage over time. Some of the gear dropping here is quite good, by the way, I just noticed. Like, a lot stronger than... In fact, look, we got loads... Oh, my God, what are we wearing now? Hey, I actually kind of like it. Holy Really? Wow, we look very different. Yeah, between this and the last episode, I didn't get any new gear. Like I say, I've been very busy the past 2 days. Both with work and revelations. Work meaning this other project, to be clear. Yeah, the tattoos are a part of the armor, I guess, right? Slut it up, Elfman. I kind of like it. I didn't really think I would, but... We got this necklace. That's actually the necklace, though, isn't it? That's the... Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Oh, this area always... Oh, yeah. Remember how I said these dungeons feel like... They kind of feel like the Guild Wars 2 dungeons? What's after Cordicus's Manor? We did Hawk Manor, right? What's after Twilight Arbor? Doesn't this feel like Twilight Arbor? You're in a jungle again. And TA has a room a lot like this, right? TA has that... like kind of wide open room. You swim through a small tunnel and then you come up like, and there's the big lake on the left or whatever, and you get the seeds and grow the bridge. You guys know what I mean in TA story? And when I'm in this room, I'm like, it feels really similar. You know, you got the water on the sides of the path. We're generally doing a banana shaped twist to the right. I remember noticing that when I first played this, thinking, man, it feels... It's probably just one of those things where you're seeing patterns where there are none. I'm going to limit break here. We're going to big shot. Boom. See, and if you imagine we'd aggroed all of them, that one big shot would hit everything. And all the AoEs would be hitting everything. Oh, we got a bandana as well. Is our gear continue? We didn't do... Oh, no, that's a weird helmet, but okay. I think this is actually the dungeon gear we're in. Thank you for the membership, RPG Crash. Thank you very much. This money thing's really got me panicked. And one thing I might do, guys, is so I follow a chess... I was talking about this on YouTube, on Discord last night for people in the Patreon channel and Discord. I follow a chess channel. It's a guy. It's just called Chess Strategy. And he just throws random little chess puzzles out, and they're fun, and they're just quick, simple little videos. But anyway, I've noticed he has videos on his YouTube membership in which, if you're a member on YouTube, you get access to extra videos. And it's really easy to set up. And I kind of like the idea of doing that. I don't know. See, the membership on YouTube right now is like, I get literally like £1. After YouTube's taken its cut and all that, I get like £1. Like, I've set it to the lowest possible price. And I basically just did it so that people can use emotes and have fun. I wasn't trying to earn money off of it or anything. But I'm wondering if maybe I could do that, do like what that chess channel does and say, okay, well, look. Maybe bonus random little things. What's quite good about it is they're very visible. They're very evident. So anyone looking at my channel would see, oh. So, by the way, what we saw in the boss fight here was the enemy we were fighting just got jumped and it killed and eaten by this dragon that came in out of nowhere. And this dragon was the thing that was at the start of the... Oh, that's a tank buster there, by the way. This dragon is what we saw in the opening cutscene. But yeah, basically, he interferes with the fight and flies off. And he's all gone now. That looks cool up there. And he's going to be the final boss, basically. He's the big issue. So yeah, anyway, so I like the idea of that. The problem is... So, like, maybe I could create another tier to the YouTube membership that is actually some money that means something. Maybe like a tenner or something, I don't know. And then maybe put videos there. What really scares me about that, though, is, like, Patreon is everything. I know I said it's shrunk massively. It's like as low as it's ever been. It's lower today than when I first joined. It is the lowest it has ever been. When I first joined, it was at a fairly low level for the first month, and then it started going up. It is lower than that and on the decline. So Patreon's very small at the moment, but nonetheless, it is everything. So I'm really scared of doing this YouTube member thing, and people will be like, well, why the fuck am I on Patreon if instead I could be on YouTube and getting extra videos? Which is kind of a fair point, so I'm sort of scared of doing that. I don't know. Speaking of chess, I'm in Zugzwang. That's what that means, right? Any move is a bad move. So we'll see. But I was talking about that. If you want to join in on that conversation, I don't know. I sort of listed it out over in that channel. Patreon plus YouTube, same videos. Yeah, I mean, I could like double upload, I guess. That's a thought. But yeah, like I'm looking at stuff like that. But like that chess guy, he's quite a small creator. Well, I say that. He gets at least 1,000 views every day on every video he does. And he probably makes multiple. You know the room? You know it because you used to farm Twilight Arbor a lot? Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one that sees that. Okay, so down there is just nothing, by the way. You don't have to go there. This is an example of one of the like labyrinthine sort of areas. Oh, I guess we're going down here. I guess by doing it, we can unfog this area. There's no reason to be here. And I often make the mistake while I'm tanking this to come here and kill these. I mean, there's XP, I think. No, someone said that there's no XP in dungeons anymore, right? So there's just nothing to this. But yeah, I like having these videos on YouTube, like the live videos. I love how integrated it all is. You know, I was never particularly happy on Twitch because you could do a lot of stuff. I spent a lot of time on Twitch, but people just won't see it, you know. I'm going to die here. Oh, we healed. Oh, no. So here we can use our, like, slowdown and maybe the immobilize on another thing to keep them away while the healer keeps me up. I keep backing up. You know, ArenaNet once had a comment that the most fun thing about dungeons in MMOs is that moment of fear when the tank dies. And there, we just experienced it a little bit. You suddenly have to think on your feet. And I think they were right about that. Whether they really paid that off in the game's combat and stuff, whatever. Yeah, anyway, I like how integrated everything is. And on that same note, this membership thing where there's like an exclusive video or whatever. It's like, oh, I think I'll get that. That also seems quite cool. Because at least everything's obvious what you're doing, you know, it's all in the same place. It's not like hidden off on a second channel or a VOD that will get deleted or whatever. But yeah, okay, so this is the end of the dungeon here now. Cool, dungeons have become kind of a weird part of the series where we just rant about random topics. What will it be next time? Yeah, we didn't wipe, it was all good. There used to be a chest there that had specific class rings. Really? Yes, if you don't catch a stream you like, it's here all together. It might not be as obvious as a video, but you find it. Yeah, that's the one downside to what YouTube does at the moment. It like compartmentalizes things into live and into main. And maybe that's fair because there is a different vibe to the content. But like when I look at my dashboard on YouTube at the moment, it's just Zeus, 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 Zeus. It looks like all I'm doing is Zeus. And maybe that's why everyone's unsubscribing or something, I don't know. Like, I did the big Janthea Wilds playthrough. There's a chance people didn't see it. But what I'm hoping is just that there's the live tab. What I'm just hoping is that over time, people will, like, learn YouTube and be like, oh, I should look at this other tab. I don't know whether that's true and that will happen, but that's sort of my hope there. So here we have the ooze thing again. He spits oozes out, stand away from them because they're going to pop and explode. Same thing every time. So here, as far as the limit break is concerned, we're probably not going to charge the second bar. I'm a ranged DPS, and that other player is a ranged DPS. They're a dancer, I think. So it doesn't really matter who presses it. So, or when even, I think. So I might press it now. There you go, this big shot. If it would have charged to the second, it would have been better for me to wait, but I don't think it would have. So where do we stand now? Maybe over here, and then the first one's pulse, and then, yeah, there you go. And then we've got to run away quickly. But not all the way over to that. And then we're all good. It's amazing how slow this is, you know? It's so slow and so steady. Like I said, I really think that FF14 in a lot of ways feels very casual and just chill. I mean, yes, it speeds up a lot. Once you're out of ARR, you get more buttons and the mechanics themselves come quicker. But not by too much. I'd say maybe 50% of this for the main story. Oh, the other DPS is a summoner. Sorry, yeah. Sorry. I'm not very good with all the job icons. I'm just a little noob. Oh, that side room was for the curl for an achievement. Oh. This room used to get caked in poison. They're wrong to leave because the Zoo series has been great. You're not all the way through it. Yeah, look, I mean, it's an old game. Look, I don't begrudge any. People are going to do what they do. I'm not angry with anyone. If people unsub, if people leave faction and stuff, you know, everyone's got the right to do whatever they want to do, right? I would never expect someone to follow every single one of my projects just because. Zeus is an old game in a genre that I haven't played. It's not even story related, and a lot of people like sort of typecast me as the story guy. It's a very easy pass for a lot of people, okay? It's an easy pass. And I don't blame people that do pass on that. Obviously, it's disappointing or whatever, but, you know. I've never known how to voice these guys. Goody Uplander has thanks of Gobbyflock. Flighty Beast was Tricksy Foe, but Uplander outwitted with plans making. Uplander has a goodly head for fighty think. Brayflox happy gives tasty friends Gobby treats to clever Uplander. Thank you. I think he's given us a treat. Guys, there is an alliance... there is a raid story, which is just this kind of dialogue for what, like 7-8 hours straight? That will not be in this series. Cheese, okay, in some capacity it will, but the actual, you'll see when we get there. Cheese is Stinky Sweat Gobby Treat. Special make with secret Gobby hearts. No party complete without Gobby Gouda. Brayflox every say. So we got the cheese. Beautiful. And it's a Gouda. It's goblin cheese. The pungent odor of this hard yellow cheese, veined with blue-green mold, is most comparable to the warm, damp boot of a zombie after stepping in ripe chocobo dung. Goblins claim it is a delicacy, but then again, they have their masks to filter out the aroma. That is... wow, what a great simile. That is unbelievable. A zombie's foot standing in chocobo dung. That's what you might think of with this cheese. What? No gobby tongue flaps? There will be gobby tongue flaps, but not in the way that I did it 2 years ago. Wise gates, but you will see the that story. Okay, he's sniffing it. I gather you solved Brayflox's little problem? Look, it's party time at night on the beach now. By the gods, that unholy stench! This is... ugh, definitely goblin cheese. Judging from the smell, this should be quite flavorful. How's it made? It's best you remain ignorant of such things. I still remember when I learned what kind of milk they use. Okay. That was a bit of a cartoony shudder, wasn't it? Yeah, what's that cheese that's eaten and then defecated by maggots? And then you get the cheese. What's that called again? I think they had that on the Big Fat Quiz of the Year at one point, didn't they? Like, it's a cheese. I don't know how you make it initially. But then you feed it to maggots. And then the maggots consume it or, like, pass it out again without digesting it. Because the maggots, it's not healthy for them or something. I don't know. But they contribute to the fermenting process. So it takes on a slightly different flavour. And when you're eating it, you gotta be careful there's not like living maggots still wriggling around in it. Kazumazu, there you go, JS, legend. Yeah, I'm not joking, that's not a fantasy thing, that's a real cheese in the real world. Pause this video, you're on YouTube already, why not? Open a new tab, type in Kazumazu. There you go, a Sardinian delicacy. It's a real food. It's a real food. There's a similar one as well of like some rodent that eats coffee beans and poos it out, and then you take the coffee beans out, and that's a type of coffee as well, I think. Eating maggot, got it. Tato notes. Oh, do you know what? I've got a little bit desensitized to it there, but I love seeing people use the emotes. That's awesome. Sometimes you don't need to know how something good is made. I think you... I don't know what Kazumazu's really like, but I assume there's evidence of the maggots even when you get it. Like, when they brought it out on the panel show, they cut into it and you could see them wriggling around. And I think not a single comedian, despite getting paid a lot of money to be on TV, not a single one of them had the guts to actually eat the stuff. Not even like a little bite or just a lick. You'll have maggot cheese on toast. I love the idea that Kazumazu directly translates to maggot cheese. Bravo, Tremor! Thanks to you, our guest shall be honoured with a marvellous banquet. But what good is an exotic feast without an equally exquisite aperitif? Luckily, I know just the person to ask. Make your way to Wineport and seek out Shamani Lomani, another former member of the company. All you have to do is give him this order slip. He'll take care of the rest. Oh, and if you're wondering if this is merely a ploy to test your patience, I assure you I do actually need that wine. And while you're there, give Shamani Lamani my regards. We already gave you some wine, but that was wine specially for him, not the banquet. Outrageous. Jesus Christ, we got to level 43 doing that dungeon. We're near level cap. Well, ARR cap. Mental. Yes, I think he is just testing our patience, isn't he? Look, the game knows. The game knows that it's being... Oh, I've never attuned to that place. Oh, okay. Oh, so we want to go... We could go up the river again. Wait, where did we come out? Over there. We should have grabbed it earlier. Okay, so let's sail back up the river and then take a right this time. By the way, if you look up there, there's like a Magitech kind of wall. That is an Empire outpost. By and large in this game, guys, the Empire is like, they're like really high level areas. There are some places you can go to and you can fight Imperials. But it's like level 45 plus, always, I think. Am I wrong? Obviously, they've not really had much involvement in the story yet. We've seen them and been introduced to them and we know they're snooping around. But we do ultimately build to that. Oh, look, there's a hunt there. Bloody Mary, level 50. And I'll tell you what, we're getting close to being able to do some of those. At level 43, we're probably still a little bit too weak. If I've learned anything from Eureka, which is like a game mode within this game where you level in a classic MMO way, they kind of recommend you be at least 6 levels within range of whatever you're trying to fight. And we're 7 away on that. What do you have to say? Oh, I thought your name was Queen. These days, the ferries mostly used to carry shipments from Wineport to the Costa del Sol. Then wealthy folk sure do like their drink. That cheese is banned in the EU and the US. Really? How did they have it on UK TV then? Wait, it's banned? Really? Oh, so is it unhealthy? You know, with stuff like that, you always assume it sounds disgusting, but it must actually taste good. It must actually be nutritious. It must have some rich heritage or whatever. It's not a joke, you know. It's not just, oh, it's known because it's gross. But you telling me it's banned makes me think, oh, maybe it really is just gross. This is cool. We're running around with 3 buffs on us. We're mounted or have our companion. We have the XP bonus from the mentor and the road to 90. I'm used to that area of my UI being totally empty. The cheese lobby is too strong. Well, to be fair, I don't think it sells much. Get everyone here waiting for us at Wineport. I think he may have had one too many sips. Indeed. So, lots of wine here at Wineport, is there? And a tombery, once again. Right, let's channel. I don't have many memories of this place, guys. I can't particularly remember doing many quests. Maybe one warrior quest was here or something. There might have been a story about this place getting attacked. So what would a Chocobo porter do if I asked it to take me along that river? Like to go from here to the Costa del Sol. Once again, you'll notice I'm skipping all these leave guys so much. Okay, hello. This little guy in the black glasses. I think this is the last bit of being given the runaround now. His, like, batch. Sweat, grime, and blood. Ah, you reek of blood and adventure, unless I'm mistaken. What brings you to Wineport? Well, this. An order. Let me guess. A request for the finest vintage I can muster. The paper smells of loam and perfume. Costa del Sol. And there's also the unmistakable odour of goblin cheese. Yes, Master Gedjiruju would not settle for anything less than the best. Dressed Whites and his crew must have been quite busy preparing an exotic feast. Hence his decision to rely on an adventurer. Who? Dressed Whites? Is that his first name or something? Yeah, we could have gone up and spoken to Gregoruju, I guess, at some point, but we haven't. But perhaps you're confused. This display of deduction was not intended to impress you. When one loses his vision, he is forced to compensate in other ways. But you've no interest in my affairs. You only wish to discuss the wine, I suspect. Oh, I see. He's blind, so his taste buds have become stronger, right? That's the myth. That your other senses are improved, and I guess he's become a great connoisseur of wine. Life can be so delightfully unpredictable. I always had a passion for wine, but it wasn't until I was forced to retire that I could pursue it as more than a mere hobby. It wouldn't have been possible if not for the savings I amassed during my time as a mercenary, of course. Say what you will about the nature of that work, none can deny that it pays well. But you grow impatient, and Wisegate must have this wine. Herein lies the problem. Nothing in my possession is of sufficient quality for this occasion. We don't even know what the occasion is, do we? The best vintages in town are hoarded by Brayflox, who owns and operates the largest winery in Vilbrand. Somehow, I doubt he'll be receptive to your request, but given these circumstances, we must needs beg his assistance. Okay, so this guy doesn't have the wine, but some, like, hermit guy does, maybe. Thankfully, he lives near here. What is this quest? Oh, that's just... No, that's not the leaves. Oh, let's just click it. Treasures and Tribulations. Oh, treasure maps! Oh, this is cool. Okay, so, like, when you're gathering, when you're a miner or a botanist, as I showed, when you hit max level, once per day, you might dig up a treasure map. And then you can activate the treasure map, and it will take you anywhere in the world. And you've got to, like, decipher looking at the actual map. And you can go there and then basically dig it up. And you get cool loot from it. And I actually do that. That's one of the things I do. When I'm mining, I usually get a treasure map as I'm mining. And then I'll go open it up. I tend to just do the around Reborn ones, though, where I think the prices aren't really that interesting anymore. And you don't really get too much money. But there's another thing where sometimes you can actually dig up the entrance to a dungeon. Those are called treasure dungeons. And every expansion has its own one. In my playthrough last year, you guys showed me one treasure dungeon. I can't remember where it was. I think it was in Heaven's World, the first expansion. I would love in this Let's Play to do more of those. But we're not at max level yet, so I'm not going to worry. I'm surprised that unlocks at level 36. But yeah, that's treasure dungeons. Oh, let's just grab it here. Let's just explain the mechanics, so why not? Hello. Fancy yourself a romantic friend? Yeah, this is like a Romeo and Juliet kind of vibe place, isn't it? Do you often find yourself gazing off into the horizon, yearning to travel in search of storied relics left behind by the heroes of yore? Yes, you say? Then do I ever have a proposal for you? I was accosted the other day by a slobbering drunkard, bear with me now, I assure you this gets better, who eagerly regaled me, from what I could gather amidst slurred speech and copious amounts of spittle, is that was the tale of a treasure map he had stumbled upon in his travels. I'm reading this terribly. I don't recall the particulars. I was emptying my innards of some foul swill at the time. Ew. But it sounded rather convincing to my ale-addled brain. What I do remember is that the fellow mentioned striking out at first light for Raincatcher Gully to visit a miner friend. Should the prospect of hunting for hidden riches set your heart aflutter, I reckon you might still find him there. Wow. I like how even she's a drunkard. Is everyone here just an absolute drunk? We should take note of more of the NPCs. Are you guys drunk? Her husband had left. I meant no harm, sir. There's a merchant here. Do you sell gizzle greens? Oh, no, mind you, we've been given some. Those were the only ones to survive the calamity. The finest of bottles. He's drinking from a cup. Hello. What rank amateur bottled this wine? The impurities have rendered it nigh undrinkable. Dismissal is too good for the man responsible. He should have been made to drink every drop of this polluted swill. What is it? I'm in the middle of an important discussion, and I do not care for interruptions. Huh? That neophyte vintner bid you speak with me? Ha 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 ha! Neither you nor your friend has the palate to appreciate the subtle qualities of my private stock. I would sooner serve you gob you urine than sell you my worst vintage. Be gone from my sight. Oh my lord. Well, that didn't go well. You do have side quests, though. If I do all your side quests, will you be happy? Guys, I really don't get the whole wine thing, I have to say. I do not have a palate for wine. I do not care for wine. I can't distinguish the taste between them. I couldn't imagine spending more than, like, 20 quid for a bottle of wine. How uncultured do I seem? But seriously, though, like, people spending thousands or whatever, I don't know. I take it he said no? Really? In those words? Well, I cannot say that I'm surprised. While there's no denying his passion and skill, the wine baron of Limsa Minster is a man not known for his tact. Very well. We shall have to take an alternative approach. Okay. That was, again, another unbelievably quick and simple quest. Like, look at that. That was, like, 2 seconds. Let me just have a look over here for a second. Yeah, we're getting really close to the fight. Wow, guys. So we're blitzing through this. We really are. I'm feeling like I should have planned more story out for this episode then, actually. There is a chance, however small, that another resident wine port can furnish us with suitable wine. In fact, had you come several years ago, I guarantee this would not be a problem. Alas, the quality of our product has declined significantly in recent years. The only breeds cultivated these days are common lowland vines, which isn't to say that their grapes are of poor quality, only that we have known better. Only we have known... Wait, what did he say? It isn't to say that they're of poor quality, only that we have known better, I see. Long ago, the Vinerons... Oh god, is that how we say that? I think the G is silent. The Vinerons of Wineport crossbred several species and produced a grape-bearing vine of never-before-seen quality. Bacchus grapes were once the pride of this town, and they were used to produce vintages which surpass all others. So yeah, in a lot of Final Fantasies, this is one of those things where I would definitely go to the wiki if this was an offline LP. Bacchus wine, I think I might have even talked about it in 12 already. Bacchus wine is usually a consumable that will berserk your character. The idea is they get drunk and they lose their mind and they just get really angry, right? Bacchus wine. Who Bacchus is, or whether Bacchus was a character in one of the Pixel games or something, I don't know. Or 9, I've never played 9. Anyway. I don't think Bacchus was a character in 6. I probably talked about this in my 6 LP. This includes the most aromatic, the most complex, the most flavorful of all wines. The legendary Bacchus wines were born right here in Wineport. Pardon my enthusiasm. You see, I once had the privilege to sample that particular wine. It was an otherworldly experience. In that moment, I felt as though I had tasted the nectar of the gods themselves. I transcended my mortal flesh and I was one with all creation. But... as is all too often said, the calamity changed that. The Bacchus vineyards were completely destroyed, along with much of the existing stock of Bacchus wine. What little remains is closely guarded by its owners, for it can no longer be made. I like this. The more they talk about the calamity affecting the world, the better. If we cannot convince Brayflox to part with his wines, our next best option, as ridiculous as it sounds, is to find someone who has a bottle of Bacchus's wine, and to offer them every gil we can spare. I've heard rumours that one of the Vinerons tending the vineyards might once have owned a bottle. Perhaps you could speak with them? Every gil? I have 88,000 gil. I'm not going to pay 88,000 gil. No way. Just to give you guys... Actually, I would pay that. To give you guys an understanding of the kind of money I make in this game, as a noob, not at level cap, not at end game, with no familiarity with anything, and I don't really flip or trade on the TP in any way, I can earn about 300k a day, as I say, from mining cobalt while watching like an episode of Taskmaster. Or actually, I watched a speed run of a certain game which shall not be named last night. Not last night, the night before. So, you know, I like watched one speed run, and during that speed run, I mined enough cobalt for about 300k. So 80 is, you know, it's a chunk of change. It's effort to get 300k, but I'll probably pay it. Bacchus wine? Bah, don't remind me. Used to have a cellar filled with the stuff. Thought I could keep the wine safe from thieves and the elements. Never counted on a bloody primal. Blowing up my goddamn house. Oh, I'm sorry. So he used to have it and it's all gone. I like how there's kind of a suggestion there that he's more upset about losing the wine than the house. Also, this reminds me a little bit of that monastery in Queensdale, which again is another vineyard. You know, the one near God's Lost Swamp? You go there for some early human quests. Oh yeah, I have 1,088,000. That's true. I do have that million in storage. Yeah. I mean, my life savings on my main is 20 million. My life savings. Life saving. That's a very grandiose way. From the few times I've come and played this game. That's what I've heard. What? Do I have Bacchus wine? I wish. I never had the chance to try it myself. Sorry, friend. But you're a few years too late. There you go. I'm giving everyone these big bombastic voices. Let's voice someone tenderly. I can be tender. You guys ready? I'm going to try and give a big, like, smooth baritone voice. And fail. Oh, never mind. We're spared because this is the same guy. I shouldn't give him a new voice. No luck, Most regrettable, but we had to try. But Bacchus wine would have been the perfect for the occasion. Though I must confess, my certitude could be due in part to my personal history with the beverage. It is, after all, the very reason I decided to become a vintner. After Titan blinded me in our battle beneath Ogomoro, I fell into a deep depression. It wasn't until I tasted Bacchus wine for the first time that I realized there was still so much I could experience, even in my condition. It helped me to find a new direction in life. It breaks my heart to think that this wondrous ambrosia, which once filled me with hope, may forever be lost to us. I love that word. That's one of my favourite words, guys. Ambrosia. So what should we get? A potion of strength, I get? Dexterity as an archer? Dexterity plus 16% for a maximum of 27. Once again, all these kinds of items, basically meaningless. You either remember to drink them right when you get them, or they're just going to fill up your inventory doing nothing. Where is it? Here. High potion of dexterity. Did I just get a fang from that? How did I just get a gobby fang when I drank that? Alright, whatever. Okay, this guy is deep in thought. Give a man a drink. I must say, this talk of Bacchus wine has made me rather nostalgic. Indeed, there is much I miss about my life with the company of heroes. After everything the captain has done for me, I could not bear to disappoint him. I have no fear. I swear that I shall find a suitable wine for the banquet, though I may need some time to think of a solution. In the meantime, there is a favour I'd ask of you. 2 years ago, in the deepest depths of my despair, I stumbled upon Vilbrand as a vagabond drunk. I suspect I was looking for a place to die, because I very nearly found one not far from it. Okay, can you guys help me out? Where is Vilbrand? Is Vilbrand where the Empire is? It was there that I met a man named Drest. He took me in and nursed me back to health, and it was he who gave me my first taste of Bacchus wine, which helped me to find my new calling. Though I'm still a novice in the arts of winemaking, I would like him to know that I am pursuing my dream. This wine is my own original creation, and I would be most grateful if you delivered to him in my stead. Dress sometimes works at the Raincatcher Gully dock, so perhaps Ritsu can tell you where to find him. Oh, that's really sweet. I thought this guy was like going to be a snobby, wine-tasty kind of guy, but no, he got really depressed when he lost his eyesight. He had a very dark period, and he got a new lease on life with the Bacchus wine, and he still calls himself a novice as well. I like that guy. Or girl? I think it's a guy. Got very cute pink ears, though. Might be a girl. Arms are folded, so I can't tell. Well, mind you, they don't give Lalafell boobs, do they? I don't think they do. Ugh. Okay, so we could probably do the treasure chest quest at the same time here. In a way, Vilbrand is opposite of the Empire. Okay. So, like, if I open the world map here, right? This is Eorzea, right? This is Orthard, right? Far Eastern continent. Mericidia is to the south. We haven't heard much about that, but it's really exciting to me. The new expansion is over here. I don't even know what that's called. This place beneath the cloud and this giant tower, that says the Garlean Empire, right? This is Garlemald. Oh, Ilsabard. No, Ilsabard is what this is, right? Eorzea, Orthard, Ilsabard. What kind of mnemonic can I use to remember that Garlemald is in Ilsabard? I guess that L sound. Garlemald, Ilsabard. So what's that other place? Oh, it's just the island. I see. Vilbrand. I see, which is where we are. Okay. I see. So the Lalafell is saying I came to this area. Right, Vilbrand is the island. Yeah, and we mentioned that in the last episode. What can I say, guys? It's a lot of place names and geography. Even when I was super into this 2 years ago, a lot of it wasn't clear in my head. It's called Redacted. Technically, it's Uldenard? Oh, sorry. So then what's Eorzea? Okay, Uldenard? Ulthar. No, but there's an L in this as well. That ruins it. I don't know. All right, my method won't work anymore. So Uldenard? What's the difference between Uldenard and Eorzea? Oh, yeah, I see it. It says there, Uldenard, in its weird, I want to say Spearin script, whatever. Ilsabard. How am I supposed to know? What? Is Il like north and Orth like east? Oh, you mean the new place is redacted, I see. Eorzea is Uldenard minus the island, minus Vilbrand. Okay, so just the mainland is Eorzea. So I'm not on Eorzea right now. That doesn't sound right. Eorzea just describes the overall geographical area of Uldenard. Well, why are there two terms? It's the difference between the British Isles and Great Britain. Oh, God. See, when a game's, like, world building gets to that level... I mean, there's a certain verisimilitude to that. But, I don't know, it becomes a bit impenetrable. Hidden treasures? Haha, another gill-crazed greenhorn reeled in by Ildwine's tall tales, eh? Yes, Ildwine. That's the doddering fool's name, though, mind you, I've only known him to limit his consumption to any one type of brew. I saw him just the other day, I did, clutching some tattered, piss-yellow parchment, like it was made of solid mithril. There's been a lot of swearing in the game today, hasn't there? This is my ticket to fortune, he blabbered. Not half so eloquently, mind you, before stumbling out into the tavern doors and promptly falling flat on his mug like as not. Did I see the map myself, you say? Did I ever? Why, the fool shoved it in my face so many times that I swear the mould left the page to take up residence in my nostrils. 'Twas a mess of blue and brown splotches that Eldwine swore was Camp Bronze Lake with a big red X to the southeast. You're not thinking of going there, are you? Take my word, you'll find naught but a sorry drunkard and a sack of broken dreams. Oh man, that's sad. I hope not. I hope we find something. I have no idea where that quest wants me to go now. Oh, up here, Upper Lanosia. It's fairly close, but in the other direction to the main quest. So I assume we're going back to Wineport soon anyway, so we'll do that at that point. Alright. See, look how different the lighting is now that it's cloudy. It's very diffuse. You don't see the shadows sharply anywhere. It's like less pleasant. But, that's what weather's like IRL, you know. Hello, Ritz Skultz. Dressed? Oh, you mean the hermit? I toss him a few gittle when we needed an extra pair of hands. He doesn't talk about himself, and I sure as hell don't ask. When a man's got a face with scars like that, you best leave well enough alone, I say. If you've a mind to find him, though, then head southwest to the Severed String. Okay. So, yeah, I remember... Oh, there you go. Look, the sun is coming a bit more sharp now. When I think of the Wine Arc, I think of this guy, the hermit, the whole time. So I don't know if we can have a bunch of quests with him in a second. There we go, a nice little bit of exploration again here. Love the lily pads. Mountain in the background. We went the wrong way. There he is. This is the place. Way out in the middle of nowhere. Hermit indeed. Oh, this guy's called Picto Perfect. Did you make... Oh, no. His guild is Picto Perfect? Oh, what is that? They're like weird bananas of different colours. Hello? I feel like I should knock on this door instead of barging in. But we're going to do the barge in. So, yeah, this guy, I think, they come back way later in the story, in, like, one of the expansions, I think, or something. Some side content somewhere. You do return to him. I'm sure you do. What do you want? Hi. Well, look. This is Lomani's first attempt at winemaking. Lomani Rosso. Wine? I didn't ask for this. Who sent you? Oh, God. Is he drunk? He's suffering from extreme duress. Can't sleep. They won't let me sleep. The midges. Oh, I thought we were going to deal with, like, demons or nightmares. No. Bed bugs. The buzzing, it keeps me awake. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I won't fight. I don't want to fight. Please make the buzzing stop. Make the midges go away. Okay. I'll go fight some bugs for you. Are they here in the house? Are they near the house? No, they're kind of near the house. I can imagine them definitely breeding in these little pools of water. WP, you don't stumble today. Wait, stumble in what way? Oh, yeah, we've got a barrage as well. I did not have that unlocked in the dungeon, did I? This place got a glow up in the graphics update. I feel like a lot... Anywhere there's plants... And just the fact that it's not a shimmering, aliased mess as well. Like as the leaves blow in the wind and stuff. Look at them moving softly there and stuff, swaying. It all looked very dated before this Dawn Trail update. Very dated. So yeah, I'm very, very happy with it. Oh, that's not it though. We've got to kill some more. Sorry. Come on, Topaz. In fact, here. So Topaz probably wants feeding some more Gizzle Greens as well, since we haven't been fighting with him. Is it the Evilist way? Oh, that's what it is. You're right. It was in the Evilist Alliance raid story. That's another hard... not a hard skip. A soft skip. You'll see what I'm going to do with those things. But, yeah, that was... Oh, my God. That's one of the few bits of the series last time that I don't look back on too fondly. That story was too long. And, like... It was boring. I'm sorry. It was impenetrably boring. Maybe if I played Tactics, I would have really liked it. But, oh my God, the amount of dialogue there. Basically what happened, guys, is they got like an old writer from one that... So for 12, there were a bunch of games in the same setting. It's called the Evilist Alliance. And the Tactics games are set there as well. So there's a whole like sub-franchise within Final Fantasy, which is the Evilist stuff. And so anyway... they have a huge story in this game, a side story, to do with that. And, you know, if you're a mega fan of it, I'm sure it was really good, but holy shit. That said, the raids themselves, the actual playable stories, they are amazing. So don't get me wrong, they're actually probably my favorite thing in the game. If you guys think this area looks good, you've seen nothing yet. Oh my God, the Evilist stuff. It's incredible. Of course, I've not played any of the newer ones, so I don't know, but I really love those places. I get giddy and excited whenever they come up on roulette. I fucking love them. They're really good. So the content is amazing, but the story not so much, which is funny because that's basically the total inverse of most of this game, in my opinion. Dude, I love the clothes we're in. It's very fitting for the climate. Even my walk doesn't look so goofy in these clothes. Hello. You're fanning him. It's not so loud anymore. Did you do that? Thank you. You helped me, even after what my comrades and I did to your country. Oh, you're from the Empire. We were on a reconnaissance mission when the Maelstrom caught us by surprise. We tried to escape, but the others... No one else survived. I didn't ask for this, damn it. I'm not even Garlean. They conquered my lands, just like they tried to conquer yours. Are you Alamegan? I don't want to die in some blasted jungle halfway around the world. I just want to go home. But he has no home, really, if it's under the boot of the Empire now. Drest appears to be in even greater control of his faculties. This is quite sad. I wish to thank Shamani for the wine. That was overly kind. Would you be willing to bear a gift back to him? Last night, at Red Mantis Falls, I collected the sap from nearby palm trees. If placed in coconut shells and stored for a few bells' time, it makes for a fine wine. See, it should be ready now. I left 3 shells out there. Please, take them to Shamani for me. I'm glad he's moved on with his life. I hope to one day do the same. Oh my lord, this one's sad. Somehow, someday, I'll find my way back to you. Yeah, in the Evilist story, they definitely play with the cheese and wine thing. Someone's sitting there probably furious with me right now, like really mad that I don't love the Evilist story. And it has its moments, don't get me wrong, and I'm a 12 fan, right? So the fact that Fran's in the story and all that shit. But, yeah, it was just a bit slow and a bit wordy. And my feeble, foolish brain. Oh, this is cool. Couldn't handle it. This reminds me of like going to a riverside as a kid and playing around and paddling. Palm wine. Is this really a good idea? Wine fermented in coconut shells? This, once again, is one of those things where I assume there's a real-world version of this happening. Oh, you okay there, Topaz? Topaz is such a good Chocobo name, by the way. I want to thank again whoever it was that recommended that. That was like a 10 out of 10. Did I ever do the Bozja story? One of the very last streams I did 2 years ago, I started the Bozja story. But didn't really go deeply with it. I remember I was obsessed with the parent of a certain character we haven't met yet. Let me put it that way. And for the longest time, I was like, this character has to appear in the game somewhere. This character's got to appear. How do I... Oh, there we go. And then I finally did Bozja, and that character was in it. And I was like, oh my god. But then I didn't get any further. That was one of the very last episodes of the whole show. And it was like in the rush before Endwalker released at Christmas and all that. Looking back, I can honestly say those last few weeks where I was doing like all the weapon trials and it was too much. All the Eden storyline, engaging in opening Bozja, rushing through the end of Shadowbringers, and all of like the crazy plot developments that happened there. It's no wonder that basically I ended up going on a hiatus that then became like a goddamn 2-year break ultimately. Because then End of Dragons came out and then so on and so on and so on. Moving house last year. Alright. Trials. Oh, this is called Trials and Tribulations. Oh, Treasures and Tribulations. Oh, we're here! I love this place! So you might wonder about these ruins. And this place here, the Wanderer's Palace, I'll give you a hint, it's to do with the Amdapor place as well that we were dealing with before. Eldwine. Who goes there? Wait, don't tell me. You've come to get old Eldwine dig for buried treasures. Oh, he's drunk. Well, I'll have you know, I'm faring just fine by myself. Look at that beauty over there. Not that I can blame you for being jealous of my vast riches. Lucky for you, I'm feeling generous today. So here's the deal. Alright, I just made myself cough with the fake hiccup. I'll give you the honour of opening my latest discovery. That's right, for one precious moment. Ye can walk in the shoes of Eldwine, treasure hunter extraordinaire. Go on now, the casket won't bite or nothing. Won't it bite? Is it going to be a mimic? I'm nervous as a mimic. Shabby casket. Oh god, it's even doing like the glow, like the purple glow, like there's going to be an enemy in it. You open the lock on the treasure coffer. A trap springs, releasing a powerful musk into the air. All right, so there's raptors. Yeah, and this is not him tricking us. The way that the treasure hunting mechanic works, man, that's satisfying. The way that the treasure hunting mechanic works is there's always mobs guarding the chests, so there's always a little bit of fighting. There you go. Open the casket and deal with any disturbances. This is so ridiculous! I'm fighting territorial pelicans. What about Titan? This isn't even the main story, actually, so... This is just me deciding to do something else. You think you just don't like Matsuno's style? Is Matsuno the writer, the Evilist Alliance writer that they brought back for it? It's more world building than storytelling. Yeah, it was just... It was relentless. I have heard... Okay, I've never played Tactics, and I've heard that it is exquisitely made. In terms of, like... what I've most recently heard about Tactics is that it starts with, like, quite small-scale drama and scope. And then it gets a little bit political, and it gets bigger, and it gets better. People liken it to Game of Thrones. But Game of Thrones always has a very good mix of small and large stories. You know, for every meeting of the council, there's a scene with Arya and the Hound, you know, amongst the small folk or whatever. There's a good balance there, and presumably a good balance in the books as well. But yeah, apparently Tactics is very good. It starts quite small, but it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and just unbelievably vast and incredible. Apparently it's really good. And if I'd played it all and I knew all the references, I'm sure I would have been giddy excited. But for me, I haven't done that, and that was just like a huge story thrust into the middle of the otherwise extremely good main plot of 14. And, yeah. 7 hells! Where did those nasty buggers come from? Why, if I had my trusty pickaxe with me, I'd split their skulls clean in two. Where in the world do those things go? Anyway, yeah, this is funny. When I mine up a treasure map and then I look at it, sometimes I forget to stop being a miner. Like, what I really should do, what I try to do is swap to being a Dark Knight or a monk or something. Swap to another class. But sometimes I forget, and then I'm stuck trying to fight these monsters as a miner. And you really can't. Basically, I'm relying on my Chocobo Garnet to do it. And in ARR, it kind of works when I'm level 90. But... yeah, you got to remember to class swap. A broken bottle recovered from the open treasure coffer. A viscous substance is giving off a sickeningly sweet odor. And this is a tattered coin purse housing but a pittance of coins. This threadbare trifle represents the contents of Ildwine's treasured discovery in full. So you got fuck all from that. You got a couple of coins. And that's probably quite representative of the Realm Reborn economy for these things now. But hey, there you go. Watch this. But guys, I would love to open at least one treasure dungeon in this series with you all. What's this? Look, old Eldwines are the finest Eorzea's had to offer, from the drowning wench, the Bushgaren's druthers, and he ain't seen nothing like... Good great Byscott's gut! It's a trap, that's what it was. Opening the casket, shattered this here bottle, and this foul slop poured out, luring them nasty buggers with its stink. I told you to be more careful. Now hand over the loot. You may have opened the casket, but Twash of Eldwine did the hard work. Wait, what's that? You gave me everything? Why, I got more last time I sold me undergarments for grog money. You ain't hiding nothing from me, are you? He sold his undergarments for grog money. Well, it looks like we got no choice. We've got to go out and search for bigger and better treasure. Not the same treasures, of course, but I can't hold your hand forever. So sit back and let old Eldwine impart to you a proper trove of knowledge on treasure hunting. Firstly, find yourself a map. Once you have a map, you decipher it. Then have a look at it, then we've figured out where the treasure's hiding, go there and dig it up. Sounds simple enough? You say, ha, it might look easy, but I can assure you it ain't. It takes a sharp eye and a sharper mind. But don't be discouraged, hone your skills. And there's he says he's feeling dry, so he's going to go get some more drink. There's a thing in this where, like, once you get, for base game, max level, like, mining pickaxe from your class quests, you can upgrade it with, like, pearls and stuff you get from the treasure hunting chests. And that's kind of what I'm vaguely working on my main at the moment. My miner is now nearly level 90 and has a bunch of better gear, but I'd love to get those upgraded pickaxes. Anyway, this won't even buy me a swig of the wench's cheapest grog. What's a man to do to drown his sorrows? So, look, we get one skill, Decipher, and once we have a map, and that will take us to the place, and then we dig. Unfortunately, there's not a really good digging animation, but there is a very good deciphering animation. So yeah, the weird thing is though, as far as I know, there's no way for me to get maps unless I level my botany to 50. Now, I might not need to get to 50, but pretty high. Look, we're quite near another outpost here. So I think we should do that. Let's go to Camp Bronze Lake. This is a lovely place as well. So I won't be able to get any maps for now. But down the line. I mean, maybe there's other ways to get maps. I don't know if people in the live chat want to fill me in on that. But yeah. Very ambient here. Look at this. Massive old ruin. This is more stuff to do with the 5th era. And to be honest, I can't think of a better time than for us to read a bit about it. Look at that. Look, look, look. There's a sightseeing log there. It looks like a jumping puzzly one. How do we get up there, though? Oh, just like this? Oh, simple. The jumping puzzles get a lot more entertaining than this. Okay, let's try to look out. Please tell me that's going to work. Sit. Meditate. Pray. Sit. No. Kneel. Pray. Oh, why do they all have timers on them? Oh, well, never mind. There's one here. This would have taught us about the area, but it's okay. I have the Encyclopaedia for that. If we can find a way up. Yeah, look at this. Let's get a good look here. Woo-wee. And you'll notice that some stuff is floating. Like over there, there's a bunch of floating ruins. Once again, there's a big proper jumping puzzle that we'll be able to do there as well. Be back later. Your boss is getting fussy and you need to read her a story and let her nap. Maybe you'll tell the story of wooden potato and wine and cheese. Your boss is getting fussy. What, are you a professional nanny? Hey, you might be actually. Are you babysitting or something? And your boss, air quotes as a joke, you got to put a kid to bed. Well met, traveller. Can I interest you in a portal? Yes, please. This place is great. Look at the water. Hunt a scholar here. Teach us about the marks in the area. We're probably doing something good jumping ahead here. Oh, there's another one on top of the reef over there. Look at that. So I'm not sure I can read this. What does this say? Well, Camp Bronze Lake, is that what it says? No? Not sure. Looks like there's a bit of tourism going on here. Oh, I did some warrior quests here. This place was great. In fact, I remember doing a bunch of quests here. You do a bunch of warrior storyline stuff here. Spending a bunch of time at this bar. And then eventually you leave. And it's like, oh, look at that view. I think I have a screenshot on Steam of this exact view here, really. But instead of Tremor in the shot it's making. Yeah, this would be such a good place to sit and have a drink. Another word about my hair, Midlander, and I'll scalp you right here. Yeah, look at the Lalafell just stretching out. Relaxing, swinging its legs. Its legs? His legs. Sorry. Alright, so, yeah, let's have a sit. Let's put on the idle cam. Yeah, it's focusing on my Morbol there, and then that guy's minion. I don't know, I'm just trying to get a good shot here. This is so much like controlling those comm spheres in Chapter 4 of X2. But there may as well just be a comm sphere filter on it, and there you go. Well, whatever, we'll just let that roll through. Okay, guys, I'm going to finish off telling you about the 5th era. I love this place. This period, let me say. So, God, I'm taking so many screenshots of so many different things here. Where did I save it? Okay, there, in there, in there, in there, in there. Okay, we're on part 4 now, I think. So we heard about these 3 great city-states, remember? Amdapor, Mhach, I'm going to pronounce it Mhach, and what was the other one? Nim. Here, I'm going to sharpen this as well, by the way. There we go. Because I had my sharpening turned off from last time. The Dark City of Mhach. The lands of Eorzea are presently mired in an uninhabitable saltwater swamp. Yet this was not always the case. When the icy winds of the 5th umbral calamity abated, thawed snows, because remember there was this great frost, thawed snows trickled down from the northeastern mountains of Abalathia to form the White Maiden. We'll go to those mountains eventually, by the way. Which in time nurtured the soils of the lowlands. The region transformed into a fertile landscape, and it was near the 500th year of the 5th Astral Era that the region's people came together to establish the city of Mhach. By the way, I have the music muted, so let's turn that on. Oh look, a bunch of us are sitting together, that's cool. So, at the time of its foundation, Mhach was merely one among 12 distinguished city-states struggling to survive. The Amdapor were the dominant power, controlling a sizable portion of central Eorzea and wielding significant influence outside their immediate domain. The balance shifted drastically in Mhach's favour around the year 800, however, when a sorceress by the name of Chocobo, I think you meet her in the Black Mage Quests, came upon a ruinous form of magic. A tale passed down by practitioners of the art in the Order of Noldthal claims it was Chocobo who first developed the ability to draw upon ambient aether to imbue her spells with deadly power. Thus did the realm witness the birth of modern black magic. And yeah, you learn more about this character in those quests. The Mhach used this newfound knowledge to bolster the strength of their army, and they were successfully able to weather the tumultuous ebb and flow of feuds that reduced many other city-states to rubble, ultimately rising to become a substantial military power. So magical nation that use a lot of black magic to great strength. Void magics. Although the Mhach were known as masters of black magic, the extent of their power was not limited to Chocobo's school of spellcraft. Toward the autumn years of the 5th era, the civilization had begun perfecting void magics. This is the summoning and manipulation of creatures known as void scent from beyond the corporeal realm. Void scent are awesome. I love all the void lore. It's interesting to me. We haven't really touched that just yet, have we here? A report by the scholars of the Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical defines the void as an otherworld parallel to the one in which man dwells. This is big stuff, guys. There are other worlds, parallel dimensions and other worlds out there. And one of them is filled with void. Abnormal events can, and you might think, oh, this is just flavorful background stuff. This becomes main story in a big way. So, sit up on this one, I guess. Abnormal events can weaken the veil between worlds, tearing it asunder and allowing the void scent to invade the material realm. These fiends have depraved appetite and seek our world merely to consume the aether it contains, allowing neither beast nor man to stand in their way. So in a way they sound a bit like primals, right? They're just hungry for aether. So there's some dark, evil, void world out there, and these monsters can come through. This is basically like a way of thinking about hell or demons, I guess. But then the gods have their own heavens and hells. I'm not really sure how that works. Anyway, the mages of the Allagan Empire, remember, who are all dead and gone at this point. And there was a whole dark age where people refused all knowledge and higher learning. So the mages of the Allagan Empire had previously experimented in forging covenants with the demons of the void in the hopes of harnessing their powers. And I skipped over a bunch of lore about the Allagans because it's going to become main story, so don't you guys worry about that. But so the Allagans had messed with the void. Now the Mhach expanded on this endeavor, adding extra protections to their experiments so as not to invite the same fate that befell the Allagans. To this end, the mages developed an occult device, the Nullstone, to preserve themselves and their city should a pact be broken. If a summoned void scent refused to obey the master, a void mage could smite the feral being using a Nullstone to sever its ties to the corporeal realm. It was in mastering this power the Mhach came to believe their civilization's supremacy over all others, eventually driving them to war. So, and then there's other little bits of detail which we'll learn as the story goes along. And all the void, by the way, they have like this hierarchy. They're like of different rungs. And the higher rung you go, the more powerful they are. It's like levels of demons, basically. So yeah, the Mhach were not just black mages, but they started consorting with demons, basically. Meanwhile, Amdapor. So let's go back to the start of the era again. At the dawn of the 5th era, a group of Haier arrived in what is now known as the South Shroud. The area, so basically, guys, there's a giant ruined city here on this island, the Limsa Island. There's another one that we saw in the forest. The area in which these Haier settled was an open plain interspersed with massive outcrops of light-coloured rock, distinctly bereft of the thick forest cover now associated with the region. The abundance of stone allowed the Haier to erect exceptionally sturdy structures, and by the year 300, central Oldenard had transformed into the bustling city of Amdapor. The people of Amdapor attempted to commune with the enigmatic elementals of the Black Shroud that they might partake in the bounty of the forest, just as we've seen Carni Senna does. The elementals, ever untrusting of men, declined any interaction with their new neighbours, content with the distance between them. The Amdapori respected this wish and did not forcibly encroach upon the sacred holt, save for the occasional pursuit of quarry during a hunt. It is worth mentioning, however, that the elementals did not entirely shun outsiders during this period. Amicable relations were maintained with the Ixali. The elementals allowed them ingress into the shroud by deeming the beastmen no threat to the forest's natural balance. Isn't that reversed nowadays? Aren't the Ixali not allowed there? I don't know. As their city-state prospered, the Amdapori focused on fortifying their domain, expanding their defences by constructing an enormous stronghold atop a knoll outside of the city proper. Paying reverence to Nofika, the goddess of abundance, they claimed to cherish harmony with nature and promised their neighbours a peaceful coexistence. Their societies in the surrounding vicinity benefited from this philosophy, and Amdapor was viewed not as a threat, but a respected elder watching over its elven fellow cities. Its 11 fellow cities. They're higher here, not elves. Thus did it come to be known as the Ancient City. And you'll see it looks all gooey and gross in that concept art. It's because nowadays it's all fucked up. It's just much of the Ancient City is slowly being swallowed by an ever-thickening mold. It's like a really gross, like, gooey, plagued area. We'll deal with it. There's a dungeon for that. So, we have one seat of black mages, and here the discovery of white magic. The Amdapori initially harnessed basic magics for use in their city's defences, drawing and expanding upon the primitive knowledge of golem creation to temporarily imbue stone statues with life. However, in the 9th century, mages of the ancient city bore to witness to Mhach's use of the destructive arts to subjugate neighbouring cities. Wary of their neighbours' ambitions, the Amdapori sought to counter these black magics by improving upon their own spellcraft, weaving with the intent to purify, ward and heal the art of white magic. So it's kind of an arms race in a way. It has been argued that without the discovery of white magic, Amdapor would have been succumbed to Mhach's ambitions. That the ancient city had developed a means to keep the black mages in check prevented the Mhach army from waging a full-fledged assault to Amdapor, lest they too suffer grievous losses. Thus, for the next few centuries did Eorzea experience a fragile, yet lasting peace, fostered by the precarious balance between two nations and their opposing schools of magic. Look at that, mutually assured destruction. It's like IRL. The peace we live in today. Carved during the 5th era, this winged lion is an ensorcelled stone guardian capable of manipulating white magic at its own will, a testament to the advancement of Amdapor's arcane capabilities. Can I just say, it's incredible that I managed to read that text there. That is blurry as hell, and there's a lot of long words there. Yeah, that giant lion is actually kind of a hint to... If you watch one of the CGI trailers for one of the main expansions, you'll see that thing. Despite the sinister visage, demon wolves are not void sent, but they're forgekin created by a primal form of Amdapori white magic. By inscribing stone walls with arcane patterns of blood, these golems would spring to life to intimidate and repel trespassers. So there are a couple of dungeons dealing with this stuff. I think they might be side dungeons, I'm not sure. So one final page here. So you can see where this is going. War on the horizon. The peoples of Eorzea flourished in the peace brought about by the impasse between the black and white schools of sorcery. Following in the footsteps of Mhach and Amdapor, other city-states began developing their own forms of spellcraft in attempts to further their societies. This approach to the achievement of prosperity was vastly different than that taken by the Allegans, eschewing technological growth for advancements of a more arcane nature. Because the Allegans were doing magic and technology. And the Allegans reach heights way beyond these guys, I would say, by the way. However,
Progress would come with a hefty price, as man would soon become drunk on the might that arcane puissance would bring him. Societies built upon foundations of magic were forced to sacrifice their natural surroundings as vast amounts of aether were drawn from the land in order to maintain the cities' magnificence. The realm's enlightenment had become a double-edged sword. Each mage city maintained the facade of an edifying heritage, while secretly honing their offensive magics. One need not be an oracle to see that this interlude of peace would draw to an end. The mages of Mhach silently turned their eyes to the dark, seeking to slake their expansionist ambitions by amassing an army of void-sent thralls. Amdapor kept their outward appearance as a rich bastion of arts and culture, but daunting sculptures of its guardians soon appeared in every corner of the city. While the actual catalyst for war remains lost to time, it is known that the frequency of political and military posturing between the two nations increased in dramatic fashion as the realm approached the mid-13th century, and ere long, the entirety of Eorzea became entangled in an inescapable web of strife. The war of the Magi had begun. So I'm going to leave it there. Again, you'll see that it's always a bit of a mystery why everything's going wrong. Do we just not believe in people? Are they chaotic fools every single time? Or is there something else happening? Well, the story will tell as we go. You'll also note that there were 3. What about this third and final place, Nim? Well, we'll learn about Nim as the war goes along. And Nim is a very sad story and a really cool story. So anyway, and look, you're looking at the ruins of one of them. I don't know which one. Which one, chat? I don't know. Alright, so yeah, why are we here? Look, it's like the start of Red versus Blue. We were here to gather this aetherite because we were close. Oh, and we've done it. Setting this as a home point's a fun idea, isn't it? It got very misty and dark. Oh, someone's crafting. So yeah, I remember doing a lot of leveling here and being excited to do the dungeon that starts near here and all that. But for now, let's go deal with Titan. We can sort our Bacchus wine out and go from there. Yeah, I think this is Nim that we're near. I think that's the Nim ruins there. But yeah, I love that stuff. You know, it really feels like each age could be its own mainline FF. Do you know what I mean? And obviously the War of the Magi in name is a thing that they're referencing from 6. But it's not that 6 literally was this world in this age. It's just references. It's been some time, Tremor. What news do you have of Dressed? Sap of palm tree fermented inside an island coconut shell. Far more potent than the wine made from grapes, palm wine, if brewed too long, can cause loss of eyesight or even death. Oh wait, I thought you lost your vision in combat. Not because you drank something too strong. Okay, he sniffs it. He says, ah yes, I recall he did have some knowledge of winemaking. Wait, did he blind you? With bad stuff before? A simplistic but nevertheless effective method that utilizes the natural properties of palm sap. I shall have to enjoy this batch before it spoils. We're not so different, Driss and I. 2 men who have long struggled not to let our scars define us. I worry that he's been alone with his thoughts for far too long. Right, it's past time I paid him a visit. Thank you for looking after him, Tremor. That's okay. It was a very good year. Oh, that was a good year for wine, wasn't it? Oh, that was a good vintage. By the gods, Tremor, listen! I know you're eager to wash your hands of this wine business, but I've just discovered something extraordinary about Dressed palm wine. He sealed each coconut shell with a leaf which has a very distinct shape and unusual colour. I thought I was going mad at first, but now I'm certain these are the leaves of a Bacchus grapevine. Do you know what this means? Somewhere in Raincatcher Valley, the legendary vine still grows. If we could obtain a cutting, we could revive the Bacchus wine industry. We must know where Dress found these leaves. Here, take one of them back to him and see what he remembers. Alright. So back to the Hermit, which is a bit of a walk. And we had that lovely ambient run last time. I'm not sure I can pull it off twice. Again, I like being a bit slower here on Topaz. I do think that the Chocobo animations come off a bit better, but this is the first time, I think, in this LP, I'm kind of like, oh, I'd run through. Do you know what? If this was an offline production, this would be a super speed here. So, yeah. Well, anyway, maybe we can go through the river this time. WP, it's as if ArenaNet were to use the lore of the Elder Dragon cycles to inform some of their expansions. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is the thing as well. Like, Guild Wars should have a lot of history. It should have a lot of errors as well. It should have a lot of this stuff. But it doesn't. And I think that's what one of my big disappointments was when I played End of Dragons. And they basically were only content to talk about 2 Elder Dragon Risings. And then were immediately saying Su 1 had made everything. And it was like, and I know they didn't explicitly say there were only 2 Rising, but it's that resistance to really establish any history that really sort of, it left me feeling less and less and less satisfied by the game. And equally, that's why when Secrets of the Obscure and Janthea Wilds came along, where they have started talking in more detail about history, that I think I'm enjoying the game a lot more again, you know? So, oh, hello again, what is it? Look, this leaf. Where did you get this? It's just a leaf, isn't it? I chose it because it was pretty. I didn't know it was rare. I found them near the Juggernaut to the south, but I didn't see any grapevines. I saw fresh gobu tracks, though. Maybe the leaves come from the vines growing on the back of one such beast? If you go looking for it, please be careful. Some gobus are more territorial than others, and you may have to defend yourself. This guy's really nice. Oh my god. It's night, and look, these are all phosphorescent plants. That's quite pretty, isn't it? Oh, and that's creepy. Seeing you guys on flying mounts, just looking from above. That was a bit, ooh. Are you being followed? Yeah, the idea that they grow on the back of these things, like I mentioned in a YouTube comment maybe 2 months ago. I can't remember what the video was, but I did a video and I put in the comment that I was, it might have been the channel update actually, but I said I was watching Delicious in Dungeon and really into it. And they have a little thing in that as well about an enemy that, pew, pew, pew. But there's a guy that basically uses living golems, mud golems, as like a garden, and it's cool. That show had a lot of fun details about how magic and stuff work, and the ecosystems work. Right, here we go. So we get a big one. It's called Shesmu. There we go. We get a proc. That'll probably finish it off, that one. Boom. These things really have, the animations are so extra, they feel like bosses, you know. And I know that the first cutscene in Thanalan has it essentially as a boss. Oh, we're not even going to go tell the hermit what we've done. We're just going to run away. Alright, goodbye. Imagine if you needed gobus to run your wine into Shinzus. Oh, man. Oh, I really like the Impression Games formula. I would so play more if it was just like the same mechanics, just rethemed. Yeah, like, I plant gobus like you plant sheep, right? In the fields. You're just planting monsters instead. I don't know, I get a kick out of all that stuff. Like, just the fact, like, the difference between a carrot or an onion farm or a wheat farm in that game is so minor, it's irrelevant. But I love it anyway. What did Dressed have to say, Tremor? Tell me everything. Well, I got a cutting. A variety of sweet wine grape thought to be long extinct. Well, not that long. 5 years. Haha, I was right. This smell, this texture I hold in my hands, a Bacchus grapevine cutting. Come now, enough of this nonsense. I've heard talk of your discovery, and I refuse to believe that a common adventurer and a novice vintner could... 12 is my witness. It is a Bacchus grapevine. Wherever did you find this fantastic specimen? Ooh, maybe we sell that secret. What? You would offer this to me? But why? There is none better positioned to reconstruct the Bacchus vineyards than you, Master Bryglaint. You have the resources, the knowledge, and the passion to do so. It would be selfish of me to keep this cutting. I never knew you cared so deeply about your craft. Thank you, good sir. I will not squander this gift. In just a few years' time, I swear that every tavern across Eorzea will once again be clamouring for a cask of wine ports, legendary Bacchus wine. Look at the giant kegs back here, by the way. Imagine being a Lalafell in this world with shit like a keg is big enough for you to drown in. Sir, you needn't... Wait, the shape of this bottle, the scent of this label, this couldn't possibly be. It's a 1547 Bacchus, but that's impossible. This vintage has not been seen since years before the calamity. It was the crown jewel of my personal collection. For years I debated opening it, wondering if today or tomorrow would be the ideal time, but now I realize it was never meant for me. It should be savoured by the saviours of Wineport, I say. He has made us an offer we cannot receive. Master Gregoruju will find no finer wine. You have forever changed Wineport, Tremor. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity. Ah, but do not permit me to delay you any longer. Pray deliver the wine to the Weiscat. Here's a weird thing, guys. I haven't even met this Greg guy. Well, yes, I would very much like to drink it, but I am a patient man. I have faith that one day I shall have another opportunity to taste perfection. Wow, okay. These people, like, it's their life, this wine, and the pursuit of this. They love this stuff. Ew, the Gobu sneezing on us. And we're just going to hand it over to some prick. We don't even know him. We've literally never even seen him. Just for a banquet. We don't even know what the banquet is for. I think. Unless they explained earlier. Oh, that's like Toad and Mario. Like, wild. Can we just stop the story here and just keep this? Can we sell it for like 1 billion gil? A vintage wine from 1547 of the 6th Astral Era. The 6th Era, guys. Hello, sir. Your prolonged absence was beginning to concern me. So, what did the wine ask you to bring? This is a drink from before 1.0. Is that 7 hells, a 1547 Bacchus? Even I know how rare that is. I have to admit, I didn't think you had it in you, but congratulations, Tremor. Thanks to you, this will be the most luxurious feast Costa del Sol has seen in years. Considering the lengths you went to, I hope our guests appreciate it. Speaking of which, your associate arrived a short while ago. She appears to be growing somewhat impatient. Perhaps you could tell her that the banquet is about to begin? Ishtola. This might be why I don't remember Ishtola, because she's barely in this arc. She was right here at the start, and then that was it. It was a very good year. And look, we get a Gobu sapling. A new mini. Whoopsie. Oh, there she is. So, let's see here. Has been known to attack, I think it said. What always blows my mind is how much detail is in this game. When you mouse over the item, it gives you some lore. Like a specific... By the way, that is worth a lot of money, apparently. Baby bun. Oh, it's a minion as well. When did I get this? Look, it says tastes great on salads and in stews. But then once you've actually unlocked it and you look at it in here, you get even more information and it's all new. For those wondering on the ill effects of inhaling spores released by common funguars, according to the Encyclopaedia Eorzea, 3rd edition, oh, that's what I've got, guys, right here in my hand, IRL. And what were you reading from a second ago? Fungar spores befoul the body's humours and claim control of an individual's very soul, rendering them a mindless thrall. Oh my god. And look how cute it looks. It's independent. That little aura, I think, is a main storyline thing as well. Look at it. Oh, and the little eyes. And then here we got this Gobu sproutling. To achieve their cyclopean size, Gobus must maintain a daily diet of several times their own weight. Luckily, the beastkin are not finicky eaters and will consume almost anything that cannot outrun them. If rumours to be believed, this includes Lalafels. So you got this lore, that lore. Then also, when you unlock Triple Triad and Triple Triad cards, again, you can read them all and it has different descriptions again. So I'm going to favourite these because I like them both. So where is he as well? There he is. So they'll start randomly appearing on our adventure with us now as well. A lot of the minis look very soft in this game. I assume that's to stop them being too much of a performance hog, but yeah. Hello, Ishtola. You've just been patiently sitting, have you? Ishtola is concerned for your well-being. What? Because I've been doing all this absolutely mental stuff. You have the look of a man who's been to 7th Hell and back. Then a guest should be expected to supply the victuals for a banquet held in his own honour. And this while the shadow of Titan looms over us all. It beggars belief. I can only applaud your stoicism. Had I been asked to endure such ignominy, I fear I would have accepted my lot with less grace. There you go. So it's okay to be annoyed by this. Like, I feel like the fact they lampshade it and the fact they talk about it makes me... Like, I don't actually mind... I mean... The reason for the stalling is still cynically done, perhaps. Oh my god, that was cute. Here he is. Oh, he's not Greg. He's Gegaruju. Lady Ishtola, Sir Dubois! 1,000 pardons for this extreme discourtesy. I was wholly unaware of your true identity, sir. Had I known, I would never have permitted my man to subject you to such unspeakable orders. Oh, okay. Come now. He must have sensed something was amiss. Oh, look, it's everyone. Everyone from the Ark. You didn't seriously think I would send you running the length and breadth of Eorzea for a banquet, did you? Oh ho ho! I don't remember this. This is a good composition here, by the way. This is a good shot. Look at that. Rule of thirds, or whatever they call it. Spare him your mockery, Captain. Your intent was unclear to me until this moment, and unlike me, Tremor has no knowledge of your traditions. Mayhap you'd be so good as to enlighten him. Well, I'm guessing this is the company. Aye, aye, that fair's fair. There's no sense hiding it any longer. We 5 were chosen by our brothers and sisters, and before the company of heroes disbanded, we each swore a solemn oath that any who would follow in our footsteps must be weighed and measured, not by their reputation, but by their deeds. Oh my god, guys, I feel like we went on a whole adventure here. We brought the Avengers together in this episode. Look at this. Each man would judge these would-be God-slayers by his own criteria. If even one found him wanting, he would be rejected without a second thought. So are you blind, or was it all BS? But if he proved himself worthy, we swore that we would do our utmost to support his cause. The world has ever been full of brave souls eager to give lives for a righteous cause, but all too few capable of making a difference with their sacrifice, to send wave after wave of hapless adventurers into the jaws of a foe against whom they have no victory is worse than futile. Titan is not the one to be challenged lightly, and we will not be complicit in the deaths of the unworthy. Which is why the 5 of you deigned to test Trevor with such commendable thoroughness. Time well spent, I'm sure. But tell us, Captain, what is the assessment of you and your fellows? I like to imagine that this was just like 1 day's of adventuring. They didn't really waste too much of our time. He's a brave one, that much is certain. He willingly walked into the midst of danger, despite my repeated warnings that it could cost him his life. His skill is undeniable. He stalked his prey as relentlessly as any child of the sands, and he stuck with precision where an opportunity presented itself. Furball. Too many adventurers these days care only for glory and fortune and glory. Tremor, however, is a kind and generous soul. I am certain he has no shortage of loyal allies who will gladly fight at his side. Wily Uplander is talented plansmaker, tricksy foe for mighty Rockman. I can only concur with my colleagues' assessments. We 5 of the Company of Heroes hereby judge you a worthy challenger. Cast down the Lord of Crags, Tremor, and write a new chapter in the history of Eorzea. Yeah. This is proper fanfare music here. With the formalities out of the way, let the festivities begin. Summon the dancers, pour the wine. Eat, drink, and be merry, my friends, for today we celebrate the birth of a new legend, Tremor, Titan's Bane. Tremor, Titan's Bane! And unfortunately, it cut the music off there. We'll hear that again at the end, I'm sure. What do you think, Ishtola? Greetings, Tremor. I thought it fitting that I seek you out and offer my gratitude for all you've accomplished. Thank you. You did nothing this arc. Like I say, she's literally one of my favourite characters, but in this arc, not so much. Oh, hello. I know that there's a lot of, like, scantily dressed dancers in another area. I didn't know that they were here. Hello to the Makote, I guess. Congratulations, sweetling. Now relax and enjoy the show. It's only just begun. She's really bobbling around there. This is so terrible to point out, but in the I shouldn't do this. In the interest of telling you guys about the graphics and stuff, this game has a physics bug where a lot like the wind and the cloth physics and the bounce physics basically boob jiggle. like totally breaks if you play over 60 FPS, and there is a plug-in to fix that. And to be honest, while she was dancing there, I was looking specifically to see whether the physics was working properly, but I couldn't really tell. So yeah, just something to consider for those among us who are, you know, of the debauched sort. They're eating without me. Yeah, they've got it started already. Oh, you know, it's fine. This does not look... Ooh, look, it's our Kazumazu. Mmm. Tasty. Wait, there's a whole thing about blindness in 14? Really? I was looking for bugs. Yes, it's true! She wasn't one of the more buxom characters anyway. Why boobs have been such a huge thing in this series? I mean, really double meaning. Tasting the exotic feast triggers a divine revelation. In that brief transcendent moment, you glimpse the true form of reality, comprehending its fleeting nature, and cry out to the heavens in celebration. Wow. I mean, I like my food, but I've never had an experience like that. God damn, dude. Thank you. Sometimes I question if opening the flying shark was the right decision. But if I wasn't bowing and scraping to some pretentious all-done merchant, I reckon I'd be doing the same to the Countess Mael. That may have suited my father and grandfather, but I have aspirations for a better life. That guy, that Count Mael, that's one of the other Ishgardian houses. And yeah, they're a fancy lot as well. They live in a very snowy place. By the way, I don't know if I've already said this yet, but this is a very, you know, there is a snowy area in this game, but there's kind of a big story about it, which we'll get to. A development story, which is quite cool. One of the arcs will be there. I'm sure, like, the next episode, maybe, or maybe the... In fact, is it the next episode? One of them. We basically have, like, after we beat Titan in a second, we've got, like, 2 more arcs, maybe 3. For the end of the base game. When you face the Lord of Crags, think not only of Limsa, Eorzea, or anything beyond this chamber. Think only of the men and women by your side. Fight for them, and they will fight for you. Remember that no great victory was ever achieved alone. Okay, so they'll all give me a bit of advice, will they? Goody Uplander must be facing mighty Rockman with clever fighty think. Gobbyflock cannot be coming to rescue this time. Okay. What about you, sir? Ah, Tremor, you brave fool. Promise me that when you meet Titan, you'll look him in the eye and tell him Landonel sends his regards. So couldn't we have, like, essentially just recruited these guys and we just didn't? You are a veteran of countless battles, Tremor. But this is but one more. Trust in your experience and you'll prevail. It's funny, is that the first time they've said to us I'm a veteran of countless battles? Because I'll tell you what, compared to what we will be, we're not yet. But I guess we already have that reputation. And finally, Wiscape, you are blessed with a fortitude to rival the Earth itself. Titan will struggle to break you, I think. Thank you. Well, there you have it, Ishola. We ready to get this show on the road? This reminds you of the Culinarian Quest. They're amazing. Oh, see, I've never done that. I've literally... See, I want to do the Crafters. Man, it's weird. Yeah, there's a whole cooking side quest. You're kind to indulge them, Tremor. This banquet is much for the company as it is for you, whatever they may claim. I do not deny that they mean well, but now is scarcely the time for celebration. Though they have all but pronounced you the victor, the battle with Titan is yet to begin. The hour has come for the good captain to make good on his promise. We must speak with him again. Yeah, tell us. Where is he? What do we do? Okay. WP's a boob man? Yeah, I mean, according to this series, certainly. Wisegate truly intends to tell you how you may face Titan this time. You must be eager to face Titan. As promised, we will show you the way. Travel to Bronze Lake in Upper Lanosia. There you'll meet with Real, another man who once served with the company. To ensure this knowledge does not fall into the wrong hands, he will remain in hiding until you have given the correct signal. Give me your map. You must whistle loudly at 3 locations I mark. Only then will he appear to meet you at the 4th. I realise this may seem excessive now, but you will see that it is more than reasonable once you comprehend the risk inherent to our method. They're going to be in dangerous areas, I guess, every time. Okay. So, head on over to Camp Bronze Lake. Good thing we got that early, right? So here as well, guys, let's do our Guildhests for the day. There's only a couple more to do. I already have a party, so I'm just going to queue us in. If people can, anyway. So this next one features a Malboro. Check it out. A massive tangle of vivified briar and vines, known by the locals as toxic tamlin, has taken root in Full Falls and is poisoning the water which flows into the Nim River. And eventually down... See, here we go. We must be near the Nim River right now. And eventually down to the Rotanu Sea in Limsa. The Morble must be slain before the city-state's entire freshwater supply is contaminated. But to do so will require entering an area churning with deadly bubbles that release noisome fumes and bloodthirsty denizens of the deep. It's funny, I played Octopath Traveler 2 this year, and I played like an alchemist healing lady, and her first quest was this. Okay, I thought this was going to be a problem. Yeah, some people haven't done the Hests, so that we can't play with them. If anyone wants an invite to the Hest, can you come stand with me here, please, by this destination? And I'll throw you an invite, and we can do the Hest together. Because we have a slot. You have to have unlocked the content, though. And as you can imagine, a lot of people skip this stuff. So anyway, we whistled there, and while we wait for people to appear... Yeah, just as long as everyone has it unlocked, we can do it. Let's go get this one. Oh, what was that sound? Oh, it's one of the Moogles, I think. You loved Octopath 2 as your game of the year? I was playing Octopath 2 right after finishing the 6 Let's Play. And I know the 6 Let's Play only ended like 2 weeks ago. As far as the uploads are concerned. But it was much earlier in the year for me. And so I went to Octopath and I was just kind of burned out on turn-based, random encounter-based JRPGs. So yeah, this guy maybe is running over to us? Anyone? So we now have 2 healers, if someone wants to swap. I guess it doesn't really matter. And so yeah, I did play it, but to be honest, it didn't really click with me. I wasn't too into it. And I think the truth is, like, a lot of people have been saying, oh, you're going to play 4? Well, are you going to play some of the other ones? I think I'm a bit... I'm happy to take a break from that genre. For a little while, probably. And then we'll see. New enemies will ride stale bubbles up from the depths. Burst the blue bubbles and send the creatures plummeting back down before they have a chance to emerge. Purple acid bubbles will release corrosive toxins into the air when burst. Take care to avoid disturbing these at any cost. So yeah, in this one, like, he uses bad breath. Basically, these bubbles are all over the place, and you don't want to pop the wrong ones. Like, I'll just spam AoEs and see what happens. There you go. Just pop the stale bubbles. Oh, I think those are the ones we do want to pop. I'll break some of these. It's interesting seeing the bubbles. They're not targeting anyone, so the health bar UI is smaller because they don't have a target. I'll tell you guys, if you go look at 1.0, it had the coolest like UI. Like the boss health bars went across the entire top of the screen, and they were like had multiple colors and stuff. I really think they took such a step back in some ways. But this will all be more evident as we go forwards. The stale bubbles, not the acid bubbles, you mud-brained whatever. So yeah, I guess and there's rotten jam over there. What, so when the bad bubbles get in, the oozes appear? Rotten jam, what a name for an ooze. Not another, just the smell something something. I'm not using wind bite again. What is the matter with me? You can start to see how my keybinds work now, by the way. Like all the GCDs are all going on cooldown. They're always together here, right? And you'll notice the other ones don't flicker with cooldowns like that. There we go. Done, are we? Then haul your bloody asses over here so we can leave this awful place. Quick and easy. Big bump of gil and XP. Ta-da! And one more. The next one is Annoy the Void. A terrible creature calling itself Buso has made a nearby mine shaft into his new home away from the void. Slay the fiend before he can do whatever it is he came from the dark reaches of the outer world to do. So yeah, a little bit more of the void stuff, which we just explained. Buso draws his power from eerie blue flames, which erupt from the carcasses of minions summoned from the void and then sacrificed here in this realm. While these flames burn, Buso will be nigh indestructible. Extinguish the fires before attempting to engage him. Here we go. More than a feeler, I see you, localization team. What, like more than a feeling you think they're referencing there? Buso is strengthened by the eerie blue flames found scattered around the area. The fewer the flames are burning, the more vulnerable the fiend will be to attacks. Yet beware his void hound minions, for when slain, new flames will rise from their carcasses. I like how I get all my cooldowns back instantly. You cannot slay a void hound. I've read all this information and absolutely taken none of it in. Damn, another blue flame is lit. Buso grows stronger. What is this exactly? Just kill the ads? This looks like a fun one to tank. Like you've actually got to grab them all. Keep the wind bite up. Yeah, he's empowered here. Damage up. That's like the standard damage up button. You can kind of think of it as the reverse of Vuln. Well, I don't know actually. The reverse of Vuln is probably like a protection type mechanic. Damage down, up. Something like that. And I know that sounds bizarre to hear me describe it that way, but I think that is how FF describes it. Like your capacity to reduce damage taken is up. Damage down, up. That makes total sense, right, guys? So yeah, a couple of AoEs, and I'll just keep the poisons on him. It says draw him away from the blue flames before extinguishing them. So we might be being a bit crazy here, but whatever. Dude, Wide Volley is cool. It's easily the best animation so far. By the way, this is the last episode on just Archer. We're going to become a bard on the next one. It says, oh wait, I effed up. Okay, we've got the flames. We need to interact with the flames to put them out, maybe. He's dead. Void hounds are still around. Or maybe we just kill these last hounds? I think we just brute forced this. Whatever this mechanic was. There we go. Duty complete. I never get this in the roulettes. Never. Done, are we? Yeah, hi. There we go. Well-earned coin. Sweeten the deal. And there we have it. Okay, this final whistle, and we can get on to Titan. Oh shit, it's upstairs, not downstairs. Yeah, it's vulnerability up and down, and damage up, down. Yeah, well, there's a difference though, isn't there? There's, like, effectively it's the same if you have two targets hitting each other. But there is, I guess, a difference between raising your defense versus lowering their offense. But yeah. Real. Now, this is a name I recognize. I think this guy ends up hanging out at the Waking Sands, maybe? I'm not sure. Greetings, mate. Might you be the one the captain said would come calling? Aye, I thought so. Pay attention now, because I ain't explaining myself twice. Alright, how do we get to Titan? Here it is, Lord of Crags. I believe I either titled this episode The Lord of Crags or the thumbnail The Lord of Crags. So this is it, guys. Years ago, when we was weighing up how to get to Titan, one of our scouts stumbled across this beastman Aetheryte, see? Oh. Hey, what's that look for? Not familiar with him? And Ishtola says, he speaks of an unamplified Aetheryte, which has been claimed by a beast tribe. Lest you wonder, there is no fundamental difference between such Aetherites and those which you have used on countless occasions, Tremor. I like the idea that we've been doing a no Aetheryte playthrough, and she's just assuming that there. Ah, well if it ain't the Charlian lass, welcome back. Forgive me for interrupting. I had planned to await your report, but I succumbed to curiosity. Yeah, sorry, we took a second to do some Guildhests there. The tunnels beneath Ogomoro form a bewildering labyrinth that no outsider has ever fully explored. How the company of heroes managed to navigate it is a mystery I've long pondered. Yeah, it is a bit of a maze, but you can explore it quite comfortably in the open world. Let's just assume there's more hidden that you can't reach. Ha! Give us a bit of credit, love. We weren't daft enough to try going in the front. The kobolds are always digging new tunnels and filling the old ones with traps. One wrong step and the next thing you know, you got 100 tons of rock on your noggin. Suicide to even try, see? Funny thing was, the kobolds didn't seem to have any trouble finding their way around, and that was what got us thinking. I mean, Ukumaro mines are like a bleeding city, ain't they? And getting around in a city that big would be a right pain in the arse if you didn't have an Aethernet, wouldn't it? So it stood to reason the kobolds must have one, didn't it? Even if there were aetheryte shards in the depths of Ogomoro, you would still have needed to attune yourself to them before you could identify their signatures within the live stream. Ah, well, that's where you're wrong. See how the game mechanics kind of become the story here a bit? That's where you're wrong, love. We had this Charlian bloke to help us, see? Delivered us right into Titan's bedchamber, he did. I don't rightly know how he did it, but I do remember him saying it weren't nothing any Charlian scholar worth his salt couldn't manage. Oh my god, this is kind of cool. Because, I'm not going to spoil anything, but Ishtola has a really major story event relating to teleportation and the live stream. Like a really major story event. I wonder if they're sort of setting this up a little bit in a way here. Did he now? Locating a beacon in the absence of a known signature might be possible if the aetherites in question happen to be... yes, but in order to guide a traveller to said beacon safely, a second pie would be required to... It is possible, in theory at least. Yeah, I cannot be certain until I try. Plainly, all will depend on whether or not I am worth my salt. Oh, you are, lass. Don't you worry about that. Have a bit of faith in yourself. Why don't we all go to Zelma's Run and take a closer look at the aetherite? It ain't far. Though there's sure to be a few kobolds blocking the way. Naught you can't handle, mind. This is interesting. Are we basically going to skip and not go through the mine? Because I know the mine in the open world is like full of like level 50 mobs or level 40 mobs, and we're not that far into the game yet. So I guess we skip with this aetherite trick. So we got to locate their aetherite. It's north of Bronze Lake here, apparently. Wow, yeah. We're not going to go to the mine proper, I suppose. Oh, right, you were thinking her face looked a little off. It's only just hit me what's different from what you're used to, and it's not the outfit. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it there. They do some very cool things, really. One of the... Oh, I shouldn't review story that we haven't played yet. Oh, I love these enemies, by the way. These remind me... Has anybody played the classic Spyros? There are enemies in the classic Spyros that these things remind me a lot of. You would like an invite? Yeah, absolutely you can have an invite. There you go. Oh shit, there's a salamander there. Oh god, I'm fat fingering everything. Oh my god. So yeah, I think at the end of this quest, guys, we will be at the boss fight. So I will be looking to play it with you all. We're going to min-eye level this and try to make it as good as we possibly can. I don't know how far we'll get with it. This, like the Ifrit fight in its first incarnation, is very, 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 very simple. Probably doable without a healer. So here's some kobolds. When is my plan to unlock Bard? Well, we'll be getting it next episode. I could end this episode with it and then grab some skills, maybe? But yeah, we're going to upgrade from Archer very soon. There we are. This is good. About 2 episodes back, the story was a lot longer than I'd anticipated, and I was terrified that my LP plan was not going to work. But actually, these 2 episodes have been fine. They've been totally on pace. Basically, the series is just going to be 1 episode longer than I was expecting, that's all. Which is pretty good, right? So this is the aetherite the company of heroes used to gain access to Titan's Sanctuary. I have a vague recollection of this bit, maybe? It is properly most suspected. In its present state, this aetheryte signal will not be strong enough for our purposes. I may, however, be able to use my energies to amplify it. Do you see how they could have made this arc all about this? But instead they chose to do it as the banquet thing. And I think, you know, it's just, they're having a bit of fun, really. Alas, the task will monopolize my attention for the duration. It seems you'll have to proceed without me, Tremor. I must needs remain here and supplement this beacon's power, lest you be denied your only means of escape. So why don't we ever use this technique ever again? This seems pretty OP. Fear not, I will summon the Maelstrom forces stationed nearby to protect us. With effort, it is possible I may be able to stabilize the aetheryte signal and thereby join you, albeit belatedly. Until such as a time I do, you'll be on your own. Well, we could just wait. Well, I guess not. Now, let us see if I am worth my salt. Salt, pirates, I don't know. I like to think there's maybe some conversation about that in the opening arc with her, which obviously we didn't play. I have located another beacon, one far below the mountain. I can only speculate as to what you'll find there, so stint not in your preparation. Ooh, remember Ifrit started with us in like a little holding area, like that cave? The Navel, that's the name of the duty. Just as Ifrit's one was the bowl of embers. Right, Ishtola, you're gonna really get me in, are you? I must need to remain here to ensure that you have a means of egress. I told you, we have no way of knowing what awaits you at the beacon, so be sure to prepare yourself prior to departing. Right, well, what should I play? I guess Archer. Am I in my best possible stuff? No, we have a new bow. We're massively over-leveled for it anyway. So, we have a team. I like how 3 of us are base classes. We're not jobs, we're classes. So we're Archer, Marauder, Thaumaturge. When later it would be Bard, Warrior, Black Mage. And by later I mean next episode, I guess. So the Navel. So remember the duty thing, we have a bunch of Guildhests now that we've done, a bunch of dungeons now that we've done. Lots and lots. But trials, we only have 2. This is the second one. Having passed the seemingly endless trials imposed upon you by the company of heroes, you have been entrusted with the knowledge of a secret way into the Navel, the domain of the primal Titan. Courtesy of Ishtola's magics, the Beastman Aetherite is now primed to send you to a confrontation with the Lord of Crags. Gird your loins for a struggle of titanic proportions. Now, if you've played 16, if you've played 15, 13 maybe, if you've played any of the new ones, Titan is in those, and he's amazing. He's like this humanoid Colossus guy. They do these incredible, awesome spectacle fights with Titan in the new games that's just fucking incredible, right? I think everyone can agree on that. Titan in this is just like a big fat guy. He's not a very good design. I'm not a fan of it. There is an alternate design for Titan that we'll see way down the line. Because the Warrior of Light has a terrible memory. But yeah, so here we go. Oh, wait. No, withdraw from that. Minimum eye level, silence the echo, confirm. Okay, now we do it. Commence. Titan in 15's cool, but the fight is ass. Yeah, that was, yeah. I mean, it's just a spectacle fight, isn't it, really? It's little more than a quick time event, if I remember rightly. Marauder has 2 axes. Oh, is it? I always thought that you had just 1 axe. Oh, sorry, no. Oh, I see. You mean the icon. You mean the icon. Yeah, sorry, yeah. To be honest as well, I much prefer the Marauder icon to the Warrior icon. The Marauder icon looks way better. Yeah, never mind. That guy was fully upgraded. Whatever. A cowering kobold. So look, what did we learn before? The Amoja tried to summon Ifrit and then just immediately get mind controlled. It's not a great idea. The Sylphs aren't summoning Rama because they know about the mind control. Cowering kobold. Look, an overdweller. Yes, an invader from above. He uses our aetherites against us. I think if there was ever a time for Gabu emotes, guys, it was now. He has defiled Titan's sacred sanctuary. Trespassed, violated, defiled. Overdwellers must leave. Overdwellers must fly. Brothers and sisters, fear him not. His fate shall be decided by the Lord of Crags. Hear me, Overdweller. You and your treacherous brethren must be held to account for the breaking of the covenant. You shall be first to face judgment, then Limsa Laminsa and her Oathbreakers, liars, betrayers, Oathbreakers. I like how this started with Merwib just basically going, yeah, my bad. But these guys are furious about it. Oh, great Father, Lord of Crags, Titan, we summon you. Titan, we summon you. Oh, great Father, Lord of Crags, Titan, we summon you. Titan, we summon you. He has come! He has come! The Lord of Crags! Titan has come! I guess they did only just summon him. Overdweller, art thou deaf to their weeping? Thy vile kind coveteth ever the blessing of the land, and murdereth my children by the score, all in service to greed. Such sins are beyond pardon. Ah, but I am not the first to suffer thy defiance. Thou didst bring Ifrit low. Oh, so like the primals know about each other. Godless Overdweller, thy myriad heresies shall not go unpunished. Upon thee shall I wreak upon a terrible vengeance. And here we go. And yeah, the music's pretty great. Not many mechanics here. Imagine if this was a good fight coming up now. This'll be what it'll be like later. But the story will be much better as well. Ready? I'm ready when you guys are. Certainly. Sons of man, murderers of my children. So what we're going to do here is hit the boss. I don't know. We'll see what the first mechanic is. I'm going to try to use my jump back intelligently. So yeah, the tank is pointing him away. When he gets certain low health, I shall grind thee beneath my heel. So this mechanic means stand away, right? But also, at the same time, he's breaking the edge of the arena and shrinking it. So you need to get as far away from the middle as possible, but not so far onto the edge that you're going to fall off. You're like sandwiched between two AoEs, basically. And I shit you not, that's basically the mechanic here. So there he turns and he hits one target, he aims at one target, me there. And we just sidestep it. I mean, he's big. Don't expect much yet. He'll do it again, I think. So again, like, don't be on the red bit. I think there is, yeah, see, for example, so right, like, I'm right on the edge there, see? Yeah, and then at half he says, for thee my hatred is unending, unyielding. So there is a retarget here. I need to hit his heart. Oh, I don't know what he's aiming at me there. A clock? Oh, okay. Yeah, he'll put one player in jail. I can't do anything until they bring me out. Yeah, there you go. And then there's back to hitting the heart. So there we go. And this one's just a raid wide. It will hit everyone. So I'm going to self-heal and help the healer out a little bit there. The music's good. Okay, a bunch of AoEs. I mean, this is all so easy on this class. This role is just like just run around doing whatever you want. Like just jumping and running. He's never going to catch me with a mechanic. I was a little bit worried there I hadn't refreshed Wind Bite, but I did. I have no idea what they're singing about here, by the way, because yeah, there are vocals in a lot of the songs in this one. One thing I actually really wanted for this Let's Play, you know how we have the song name? It's called Under the Weight on the bottom right. I would have loved to have got the lyrics for the songs on screen. How cool would that have been? Do we refresh? I guess we will. Because the lyrics all have like meaning and stuff. They're all good. Oh, sorry, someone was in a jail and I wasn't hitting it. Sorry. And then we can limit break to finish it off. Yeah, sorry. Probably should have done something there. There you go, that's the fight. The knockback line used to kill so many people and you couldn't be rezzed if you fell down. There's an 8-man version of this later, guys, and then we can toggle that into extreme, so it will be a big, big cool fight. Where a lot more is going on. The Lord of Crags, Great Father Titan has fallen! I would seriously consider the first 10 to 12 episodes of this Let's Play as baby mode, training content. Which I think the balance is a bit wrong. I think they could be doing more engaging stuff at this point, but you never know. Titan is your favorite of the RGB primals? I didn't realize they were RGB. Yeah. Wait, are they though? Is he blue? Ifrit is obviously red, and Garuda is G. That would leave him on blue, but is he blue? The latency was a big problem. That's why people kept falling back in the day. The netcode wasn't good as good back then. Really? The crimes of the Overdwellers shall never be forgiven. Never be forgiven. No, never. 'Twas your kin who broke the covenant. We have acted only in defense of our lands. Cease your aggression, or never will there be peace. Until our dying breaths we shall defy you, deny, decry, defy. Guys, there is a really dark story coming up for the kobolds. Like, really dark. You might be wondering, can you summon a primal with just raw aether or another source of aether? Do you need crystals? And the answer is you don't need crystals. There's another way to do it, and it's very dark. And we'll return to the kobolds before long. Nero. Now these are the readings one would expect of an icon. I've seen enough. We proceed as planned. This guy, I think, he's like a big Humpty Dumpty type guy. I don't know if he ever gets a good story. Are you sure this is wise, my lord? Your curiosity is untested and unproven. We do not know its true capabilities. Then trust in mine, Riatin. My curiosity, as you so eloquently put it, would have bested Titan in the blink of an eye. So he has some big mechanical device. Aha! Look! So, the Empire, the Ascians were watching these fights, then we saw that the Empire were watching these fights, and now we see that they're in cohorts. Why, if there be truth to the legends, could readily subjugate the whole of Eorzea, given but a little while longer. Is that not so? And this guy appears, Lahabrea. He says, it is. No greater single power has ever been conceived, much less realized. Fucking hell, I can't read. So, yeah, the Ascians are, like, not just going to the Beats tribes and giving them things and teaching them things. They've given the Empire something as well. Little note, one of you guys wanted to make clear in the comments, and I'll point out here, because I think it's a good point. There aren't many Ascians. There are very few of them. They do all have specific names, just like I was saying. But sometimes they create minions for themselves. The ones with red masks are like the big ones with the names. So this guy, Lahabrea. There are also sometimes Ascians with black masks, and they're basically just minions. And they only appear here in a realm reborn. Just so, like, at the very start of the story, when one of them summoned a golem, that was a black masked Ascian. So it was just kind of a minion. It was a peon, really, a nothing. And that might sound really weird, and I think it kind of is. It's basically like a soft retconny thing. I guess in ARR they hadn't fully decided that there were only X number of Ascians, and later they will. And then the black mask thing ended up looking like a bit of a weird thing. You don't really see many more black mask ones, basically, is my point. And they're just kind of nothings. So yeah, anyway, red mask means it's a big important character. That's what I was led to believe from the comment. I don't know, maybe I'll learn more about that in Endwalker. I doubt it though. What you say may well be true, but while such devices may win battles, I do not believe they will serve to change the course of this war. So the Ascian is offering these guys a device that can, what? Subjugate all of Eorzea? Oh, but they will, says Nero. Have little faith, my friend. I cannot endorse this course of action. Oh, he's leaving. Fool. And now he has a fourth. Crystal, look at me over there. Fascinating. Carry on, Crystal Bearer. Farther you have come, your work is far from done. And Ishtola's watching him, that's cool. So we don't have to just speak about these in private with Minfilia. Ishtola's seen. And naught remained to mark his passing. Well, the Ascians are nothing if not elusive. It is of little wonder that they should cast advanced teleportation magics at will. But that they would choose to consort with the Empire. What common goal could they possibly share? Chaos, my dear. Yeah, the Black Masked ones are in the category of don't care about them exactly. I feared I might arrive too late, but I see you have the matter well in hand. I have taken measures to ensure we're not pursued, yet I cannot say how long they'll hold. Take your leave while the kobolds are still in disarray. I'll follow anon. There's something I must investigate before I depart. I'll teleport you to the Aetheryte in Zelma's Run, and we'll rendezvous at Camp Bronze Lake. Agreed? Okay. Be careful in here. This place is messed up. So yeah, later in the story, we come in through the front entrance, so to speak. Yay! And good job, team. Well done, everybody. Another early game story boss defeated. And yeah, the backgrounds and stuff here. One thing that's very good in this game is when you go into like these dungeon instances and stuff, they often do really good environmental backgrounds. Oh, and then they get really good with it, like the ghost train fight. Oh, I love me the ghost train fight. Okay, back to Bronze Lake. One or more party members were unable to teleport. Am I an Ascian or a Gobu guy? Oh! Arse or boobs, are you saying? Gobu? That's not very much like boob. So she's deep in thought. I'm relieved to see you well, but come, let's discuss our next step. Well, I assume that our next step is to pray return to the Waking Sands. All good things. Look, Thancred is there. The Sylph is there, but looks yellow. Why does the Sylph look Noraxia look yellow in the screenshot? Y'shtola is keen to discuss your next task. Though word will already have reached Maelstrom Command, protocol requires that a representative of our order inform the High Commander of the mission's success. The honour is rightly yours, Tremor. Once again, I must commend you on a job well done. We shall speak again soon. So really, that's my plan for today's episode, guys. We're done. At an hour earlier than we were before. Which is good, because my throat is sore and I've got shit to sort out. But, let's at the very least head back to the Waking Sands. Oh, not that. And see what, Oh, wait, no, hold on. We're just going back to Limsa first. Oh, right. We were talking about Merwyth, not Minfilia. Okay. So I want to at least get back to the Waking Sands and see what the beginning of the next storyline is, which should be cool. Hey, Dean, thank you very much. $20. I'm not the ideas guy? What does that mean? Thank you, though. That's very nice of you. Yeah, I have to say, guys, in all seriousness, if you are feeling generous, the donations are lovely. If you would consider going to, on any level, if you'd consider going to Patreon as well, that would mean the world to me. Because I'm basically, I'm going to have to, if I can't turn it around with non-Guild Wars 2 stuff, I don't know, we're going to have to, there's going to have to be a major change of plans coming up here soon, really. So if you do enjoy me in these other games, you know, I'm not a big YouTuber. It is what it is. Yes, pray return in 1 moment, very soon. So yeah, thank you guys. Foolishness from Nero? I love Nero. Not yet, but I will come to love him. Oh, we should have just aetherited again. You can think of a better FF word for boobs? What's an enemy in FF that's kind of boobs? I don't know. There's lots of IRL puns based on birds. Tits? I was going to say chickens there, but no, that's not boobs. That's Willy. Thank you for coming. Moving on. Thank you for coming, Tremor. Word of your triumph reached me some while ago, but I'm pleased to have it personally confirmed. First Ifrit and now Titan. Truly, when I think of your achievements, I feel the Warriors of Light less keenly. I feel the loss of the Warriors of Light less keenly, and there can be no greater compliment than that. You and your order are heroes. The people of Limsa and Laminsa are forever in your debt. So, by the way, I have been hearing, and it's becoming very clear to me, that there wasn't actually that much story in 1.0. And I feel like a part of the huge amount of busy work and extended plot in ARR is a direct, like, almost like an apology for how little was in 1.0. It was like Yoshi P and Co came in and they said, look, this has got to be a main series Final Fantasy. And Final Fantasy games are about stories. There's got to be a story here. So they kind of went really, really, really over the top with ARR. That just kind of came to mind here with, like, you know, because the 1.0 Warriors of Light presumably went through fighting these primals. I don't know whether they did, really. But I would assume in that scenario that there wasn't even that much questing to do all that. I shall relay the details of your report to the Admiral forthwith. Please send my regards to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Wait, so are we not going to speak to her directly? Oh, they're all applauding us. I like how each time it's based in the Grand Company as well. Like, we've done a bit of main questing around the Flames now, around the Adders, and around these guys. Tremor, this has been Philia. Ishtola has informed me of your success. You have won a great victory for the people of Eorzea, one that shall not be forgotten. And what is more, both you and Ishtola emerged from Ogomoro unscathed. Why, Tataru and the others seem as glad of that as they did of Titan's fall. You can look forward to a hero's welcome. We will be awaiting your return at the Waking Sands. There is much to discuss. Godspeed. There you go, chapter complete. That is like completing a chapter in FFX2 or something, isn't it? You know, I actually think of this game as very similar to FFX2 in a lot of ways. You know the dress sphere system? You're changing class and outfit at the same time? That's basically 14, guys, if you think about it. I know not many of you might not have played or watched that LP. But, you know, it's like swapping dress spheres, really, isn't it? Just in the MMO. And I've always quite liked that. And the more classes I unlock and the more skins I get over on my main, the more it feels like that, you know? And you'll see that when we see him. Oh, Tataru's not here. I guess she's indoors this time. I always had a theory it was kind of stalling because they hadn't stabilized yet and needed to figure out how things were going to work going forwards. I mean, that's possibly true as well. Whoa, what? Sinister music and the guy's injured. Holy shit, I don't remember this bit. Whoa! Oh my god, and everything's broken and wrecked. They knocked all the chairs over and everything. Not the chairs! No way! So what has happened here then? I got no idea. Well, guys, I guess we'll find out next time. I think that's as good a cliffhanger as any we're going to get. So I'll see you guys for the next episode. Thank you very, very, very much for watching. Seriously. Much appreciated. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you for the donations. Please, if you do want to consider my endeavors in games like this and series like this, please consider going to Patreon. And I'll keep you guys informed about the move and all that. It's just it's a lot of money to have lost, so we'll see. Anyway, yeah. And we'll see about like juggling these two projects as we go forward. Thank you all. Hopefully I hope this wasn't too much of a downer episode or anything. Take care now, and I will see you in the next part in 2 days. And Zeus tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. You know, it's nice to have a slightly shorter one as well, because it gives people time to catch up. The classic WB cliffhanger. You know what? I haven't been able to do one of these for a long time. So, yeah. There you go, guys. What happened here? I'll see you next time for the big reveal. And, by the way, I don't even remember. I have no idea. I can't remember this. I guess we'll wait and see. Bye-bye, guys. Thank you. Intro is still broken.